Tallulah is the golden operator for low light to expand the Lambo garage. Absolutely. All right, it should be starting up. Now, the one thing is that it has to go through Origin. So it takes a moment to start up. It's kind of annoying how you can buy a game for another platform and then it still just goes through the other platform anyway. So at that point, like, you know, what's the point? Origin is just so tedious to use. And there's only a handful of games that go through it, and it's just this extra layer. Steam updates annoy me enough, right? Because there's a Steam update every damn day. But then having to go through Origin as well. Okay, this is genuinely very loud when it boots up. Holy shit, I'm so glad I muted it. Okay, how is it still so loud? It makes no sense. Maybe the volume will change once I go in game. You guys should really be thankful that I muted that. It was so loud, even for me, and I don't hear it as loud as you guys. I have a feeling that the audio settings are different for each individual game. So I'm waiting for this to load, and then hopefully that flips the audio. Okay, I think it's quieter. Let me just double check to be sure before I blast your ears out. Does the near look back banner reset your stand banner here? So I Play Games is asking if the celebration banner resets pity. Hang on. Let me just talk to someone or just interact with something. Okay, no. Audio's okay. Audio is not busted once I get in game. All right, let's bring that back up. Let me know what the if the audio needs to be adjusted. So I've set the desktop volume to 80%, and it should be okay. Yes, so special banner does not share pity. It does not reset pity. It does not carry over pity. There's no shared pity whatsoever between special banners. All right, what were we doing again? Where were we up to? We were... Right, we're going to another planet. Let's go investigate those scummy robot Geth. Okay. I think we'd explored all of that. Yes, we had. And we're looking for this. Oh, hang on. I forgot to... hang on. I forgot to... Hang on. One sec. There we go. Sorry, guys. I totally forgot about that bit. Yes, my version of Mass Effect looks totally different from everyone else's. It's totally not a mistake on my part.
I hesitate to use the word scam, but the movie is a scam.
Even outside of Arknights, I can't stop scamming people. I mean, I never scam. Alright, a little bit of extra backstory for those who haven't played or don't know much about Mass Effect. Basically, the story so far is we have been made a Spectre, which is like, how do I put it? It's like the most elite special agent that you can think of for the Intergalactic Council. And we are on the trail of a former Spectre who has betrayed us. We are the first human to be a Spectre. Humans are newly joined the Intergalactic Federation, and it's like Super Interpol. Basically, Super Interpol meets Super Spec Ops. It's bigger than anything you can imagine, basically. So we are mega important. This is our ship, and we've got a crew of mostly humans, but we've got a few aliens on board. And we are trying to... hang on. How do I get out of the ship again? It's a good question. I totally forgot. I'm such a noob. I think here? Yes, there we go. So we've got this crew. Let me just show you. So we've got human woman Ashley, human man Caden, Liara. She's a Asari. This alien race basically adapts to all other alien races. We've got the Krogan, Rex, big tough guys. It's the closest thing to Mass Effect's equivalent of orcs, basically. And then we've got Best Bro Garrus, a bird-like alien. And then we've got Tali, who is a Quarian. They have basically no immune system, so they live constantly in these suits. And you never see her face unless you romance her. Now for this mission, I can't remember. Because we're investigating the Geth, let's bring Tali. So the Geth, which are the main enemies that we're dealing with at the moment, are this robot species that tried to exterminate her race. Do we have Catgirl aliens? Is there anything like the cat girl?
Atmosphere.
I don't think there are any furry aliens at all.
The commanding
actually,
officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
I think the closest thing to a furry is maybe Rex. Don't forget health.
We saw your ship. Dan wants to speak with you immediately.
I've got business of my own to tend to.
The Geth wait for no one. They're preparing another attack. Please, up the stairs past
Damn
the
the Geth. Oh Jesus. They're there already. Oh, right, so now I've got to remind myself again of the controls, because unfortunately Mass Effect 1's controls are not the best. There we go, my pistol. Yes, there we go, that's better. Is this guy dead? Oh no, there's another guy there. Ooh, what happened to audio? Have you guys lost audio as well? Or is it just me? I think... Okay, there's audio on the pause... Maybe it's just the jamming. Because there's audio on the pause screen. That is so weird. Maybe once these guys die, it'll go away. So weird. No, the jamming's gone. That is... It's so weird. Now we're still jammed. Okay, I think I might need to reload the game. So those are the Geth. The other ones. Oh, that's my ally. Alright, let me just quickly finish this battle and then I'll reload. These guys are an absolute pain. They move around like crazy. Oh, and they poison you on every attack. Oh, volume's back. We're good. That was so random. Is it dead? I think it's dead.
Area secured. Can't believe the colony held out as long.
Oh no, it's gone again. What the hell? What is going on? Is it just this area? It's gotta be a bug, yeah. And it's back.
Oh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent
I'm
somebody
on
to help us.
Feros.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia. Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out!
It's only being authentic to the ear damage that you get from firing guns without earplugs. It's the authentic experience.
Good to go.
Yes, we're on Feros, and we're basically investigating the Geth. I don't remember if we're trying to find anyone, or if we've already got... I think we've already recruited the entire team.
Perimeter secured.
Am I just going back from where I
I
started?
believe we're going the wrong way. The tower is behind us.
Good point, Garrus. That was really well-timed response. Elevator presently out of service. Then how the hell am I supposed to get up? Okay, hang on. I swear to God, I'm just going around in circles. Isn't this where we just came from? Yeah, we started here, and we're going this way. As you can tell, I'm a terrible navigator. There's no friendly fire, they just block your shots. Ah, up here, I think. Yes, here we go. This is probably a terrible play. I wasn't expecting even more guys. I wanted to flank them, but I got counter-flanked. Yeah, thankfully no friendly fire. Oh no, we're all the way back here. No! Alright, we're gonna rush it. Brute force gameplay, absolutely. Oh, just the body. Shields. In Mass Effect 1, the shields take forever to regenerate. How are you not dead? Oh, hang on. No, we're not going to go the wrong way this time. Rushing is the only way to play Anything else is just cowards. Cowards play. Although, to be fair, I usually play with sniper rifles in this game. How did that guy get up there? Drones! Go away. I still find it hilarious how you can talk to your allies in the middle of a fight. It's taking too long. No, I'm gonna die! Alright. No more pre-amnesia strategy. We've got to play properly. I actually think, if I remember correctly, in Andromeda, you can play like this full-on biotic build, where you're like throwing psychic fire at people all the time.
Shepard.
I wasn't trying to talk to you, I was trying to get away from the wall. There are grenades. Yes, I do have grenades. I gotta remember the button. I think it's X. Give me 1 sec. Oh, wrong way again. But the grenades are terrible. The ones that I've got. I'll show you. So I've thrown it. And any day now. That explosion that you saw, that was the grenade. I've also got psychic grenades, but the travel time is so slow, it's frankly kind of useless. Let's try and kill this guy with a grenade. It's faster to just shoot them. Garrus is down. Let's revive him. God, even more of them. Oh crap, there's a big dude. Ah! Oh, he's on top of me. Oh no, he followed me. What a scumbag. You gotta press twice for activation of the grenade. You'd think I would dodge that rocket after all these attempts. Sometimes I get confused between my allies and the enemy. Yeah, the guy rushed me. He used my own strategy against me. Okay, let's see if I can activate the grenade early. Oh yeah, you can. And it killed him. Okay, the grenades maybe aren't as bad as I thought. Ah, I'm stuck. Move. Where'd that damn drone go? Where the hell is it? Oh, I think Gareth shot it down. What gamepads? Why gamepad instead of keyboard and mouse? This is not like a very precision. This game doesn't require much precision, so I'd rather just. Whoop. Should not be reading chat when I'm getting shot. It's not a precision-intensive game, so precision of a mouse is not really necessary. Alright, let's throw a grenade at this guy. Did we get him? I think we got half his health. He's still alive. Now he's dead. Alright, here come the reinforcements. Let's revive Garrus. One problem with Mass Effect 1 as well is the allies. As you can see right now, they just stand out in the open. Mass Effect 2, they greatly... Oh my god, he's here already! Jesus Christ, he one-shot Garrus! Best bro is down! No, mouse keyboard is way better for accuracy. But gamepad is lazier gameplay, so... I can't revive him yet. Yeah, he's an absolute menace. He's a menace. Alright, surely we're done by now. That's another guy. Right. There we go. Finally! We're through that. Are you in EST time? I'm from Sydney, Australia. So, whatever time zone that is.
Update Vidan on the situation before we move on to wherever the Geth are bunkered. He's the closest thing left to proper channels.
Okay. Where is the way forward? Here. Bunch of stuff. Let's crack this code. Master hacker in action. Watch. Look at that. So good. Yeah, in some games, playing with gamepad because of the aim assist makes it a little bit easier. Sometimes the aim assist is like way too generous to make up for the fact that you can't be as precise as a mouse. And so things like headshots sort of just, it's almost like you're hacking.
I can't believe the colony held out as long as it did.
Okay, so that was not the way to go. So where the hell am I meant to be going? Or am I supposed to go back and talk to the guy at the camp? Oh, another thing you'll notice in this game, you can only sprint like 10 meters before you're out of breath. For whatever reason. Oh yes, the elevator might be back up and running. That was down over...
Oh god!
Oh god, there's more dudes. Alright, we're definitely getting the right way. Whoops, wrong button. Drone. I thought it was a body. I didn't even shoot him. I had my gun right on him. Where are they? They're so damn creepy.
Take out those hostiles!
Alright, where is he? Where is Spider-Man? I want those pictures of Spider-Man! Is he dead? Oh, maybe he is. I don't think we've been here before. Oh, I can see enemies on the radar, so this is the right way to go. taking a rocket to the face is not a good idea. Thank you for the fight.
This valve looks like part of a large system.
Okay.
There are likely others we need to activate as well.
What's up over here? Oh. Oh, the dogs. Animation's a bit glitchy on the slope. And they're very weak though. Oh, not this one. This guy's a tanky boy. Jesus. A point blank shotgun shot barely does any damage. The warrant falls dead little slugs. This must be the alpha male, the pack leader of this feral scavengers. Okay. I suppose they probably keep spawning endlessly until you kill that guy. That would be my guess. They should totally take him home as a pet. I do know in what's it called? Later Mass Effect games, you can get a fish, and you can get some other kind of animal on your ship. I think. Okay. We haven't been across the bridge, but we'll just do this side first. Oh, we're jammed, which means we're going the right way. Dodge that rocket. Oh, it's one of the destroyers. Nice job, Tali. Right to the face. One thing I do like about Mass Effect, and this may not sound like much these days, but your allies are actually useful. In a lot of games around this time, or before this time, you would pretty much do all the work. No matter what allies you had. But in this, the allies actually do something.
You don't want to go down there.
Like in Call of Duty games, for instance. Like Modern Warfare and stuff, your allies do pretty much nothing. Even though you've got like 10 guys around you.
You're not stopping me.
Maybe I will stop you. How would you like that? No!
Wait, hang on. The fish can die in Mass Effect? I don't remember.
That was a good one. Very intense.
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the master.
I always took care of my fish.
Helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for. Looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the... Dying!
Hang on one sec. So we'll close something on the other screen.
This one is no longer fit. We should leave him.
Come on. Alright, quit. There we go. Okay. We're going Renegade, so we show no mercy.
Maybe I should just put him out of his misery.
I've thought about that several times. I'd rather die fighting.
I could help you if you told me what you're fighting.
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle...
I'm surprised I didn't just pull out my gun and shoot him already.
Company's coming. Ask Fidan. Ask him about the... Ah!
Heads up.
Well, what the hell?
I won't...
Hang on, what's going on? Okay, he's still alive. I thought I was going to kill him.
My mind is my own. My mind is my own. My mind is my own. My mind is...
So hang on, threatening to kill him is what saved his life? Am I following the logic right? Can I seriously just shoot him? No, you can't. You can't actually aim at him. I'm trying. Yeah, whenever I look at him, it automatically pulls the gun back. It's been so long since I've played this that I don't remember all the details of what happens in Mass Effect 1, so maybe he comes back at some point in the story? Although we are at a dead end, and I can't see any further way of going forward.
It'll all...
These colonists may not have much.
I won't do it. I won't. I can't. I won't do it.
Aggro some Geths and use him as a meat shield. Oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't have killed the Geth that ambushed us, and they would have taken care of him. Where am I meant to go? I feel like I'm stuck. Am I just not seeing something? Right. So I swear we came from there. Well, I think we did. There's nothing here. This is all dead end. Then... I know we came from up here, from down here. Alright, so let's go back across here. Ah! Missed this.
There's another one. Doesn't look like it's been activated yet, though. We should keep looking.
And then we cross here. Alright, we're getting jammed, which means we're going the right way. Damn snipers. Oh, one hit from death. This game needs the blind fire from Gears of War. Team's down. That drone is so tanky. Just die already. There we go. Snipers are dead? Yes. School group activities, man. It is the worst when you're grouped with people who don't care as much about work as you do. Hang on. Why are there Krogans here? Oh yeah, that's right. These are the evil ones that we fought before. Ow. Oh my god, they're so tough. First aid specialist, use Major 50 times. That's not an achievement. That's not something to be proud about. Oh, wait, hang on, we're all the way back here. Yeah, with group activities, because I was one of the best kids in school, for some stupid reason, there were some teachers who thought, oh, we'll pair people who are good at the work with the people who are bad at the work to help balance it out. It's not how it works. It would just end up being one person doing all the work and everybody else is just a total waste of space on the team. Tali, you're sort of standing in the way. Get out of the way, thank you. Garrus doesn't auto-revive? Maybe because it's not the end of the fight. Alright, let's revive him. Oh my god, look at that! It's just... you die in 2 shots from these guys! Jesus Christ! Ah! Okay. Also, why is the checkpoint all the way back here instead of at the water valve at the very least?
There's another one.
Yeah,
Doesn't look like it's been activated yet.
ally AI in this game is not very good. They just don't know how to take cover. That's the annoying part. Yeah, it would be quite hard to mod better AI. It would take a lot of work. Alright, so these damn Krogans. How are we going to deal with them? See, ideally I want my allies to just not stand in the doorway. Okay. We're just going to wait here. Oh, that's right, they regenerate when they fall down. They can get back up. Alright, where's the next guy? Come out, wherever you are. Alright, as long as they're at a distance, it's okay. Oh no, he's rushing. They activate that armor, and then they just rush you. No. Okay, end of the encounter, she's revived. Thank you. Good lord. We just shoot it? Oh yeah, I did. Done.
These people are brave, but the Geth are relentless. My people know this better than anyone.
Okay, The effect for the antenna is still there, even though the model's gone. See you soon, Si. Is Skelter worth sparking now that Heidi's a thing? Ooh, a 300 spark is so expensive. That's the thing. Like, how is she compared to Heidi? Skadi is way stronger than Heidi. Like, there's no comparison. However, we are talking 300 pulls, which is a lot. It's a lot of pulls. This is where we killed the dogs before, right? Yeah, it is. Right, I'm gonna go back to the camp. That's what my dad said when he bought the milk. Here's the thing, I am strongly considering doing it on my CN account. Getting Skadi with 300 pulls on the anniversary event. Oh, that was close. I'm still undecided. Because she's that good, and I really like using her, and she pairs really well with Ling. The dream would be I just randomly get one along the way.
There! That did it! The system is active.
Alright. Now, I don't know what that actually means. The system is active, but what does that do for me? Ah, okay, we just go back to camp and just let him know. Alright, so we just completed 4 things at once then. No, the CN stream is not for another 5.5 hours, I think. 5 hours, 45 minutes, I believe. Talking about buying the ops with the limited event currency gives me trauma, yeah. Now, I'm so grateful I've not had to ever spark anything. But I live in great fear of having to spark stuff. I don't know if I'm going the right way. I live in great fear of having to spark stuff, so I always go in with 300 pulls now. Just in case. No, 6 hours and 40 minutes. 5 hours and 40 minutes, sorry. Okay, so this is the elevator, so we are coming back the right way, I think. That's where we started. Oh, I hear a battle. Hang on, there's a...
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
I'm interested in what Saren sent the Geth to find.
200 shot at Ling? Yes.
It's Geth.
I think with 200 pulls, you have like a 95% chance of getting her.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
Tell me what the Geth want. Why are they attacking you?
If you want answers, go ask them yourselves.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
Now when I say Skadi is back, it's a 4% chance on a 6-star for the next CN limited event.
What's ExoGeni?
It's the company most of us worked for before the attacks. They fund this colony. The Skyway leads directly to ExoGeni headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
Yeah, 180 no Skadi, that's unfortunate.
Every Geth I kill brings me one step closer to Saren.
Hell yeah, more
Then
genocide.
Get this colony operational again.
What can you tell me about the defenses
I mean,
the Geth have set
we're
up?
doing this for the greater
I don't have
good.
any details,
I don't just
but I'll
love
wager
random
it's a lot
killing.
more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at ExoGeni, and I've seen large walking tanks
Although
on
to be
the
fair,
Skyway.
showing mercy
Expect
to
a
the
hard
Geth is
fight.
not beneficial to the galaxy.
Tell me about your colony.
Until we get to Mass Effect 2.
Life is hard and often brutal, even without our current
I think you should skip Ling to get a shot at sparking.
Back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders.
Ah, Salts, I would
Guess
not
they
skip
were
Ling.
counting on the Geth.
I would not skip
But,
Ling.
Despite everything, there's
No,
something
Skadi
tranquil
is
about this place. Unlike any
won't be available until the event that replaces Undertights.
The Normandy isn't huge, but we could airlift you out.
Uber,
Geth fighters are too dangerous,
I
and I won't be driven off this world.
sacrifice people for the greater good.
There's a chance for growth here.
Perfectly
Simply
justified.
not available on other worlds.
How big was the original Pharos colony?
We were nearly 1,000 at the main site, 200 more at my outpost. When the first wave obliterated our defenses, we fell back to Zoo's Hope.
Yeah, if I had missed out Skadi, oh,
I destroyed a Geth transmitter in the tunnels. They won't be a problem any longer.
Thank you, Commander. We're in your debt. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
Ling and Lee are in 3 months. So 3 months after Near Light starts. So the limited banner every 3 months in Arknights. Unless there's a special collab like the Rainbow Six one. But that will have a separate pity system anyway.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
What's wrong with the colony's power
May
supply?
O'Connell is working on our
I've already solved these.
mentioned
So,
something
hang on, I
Reynolds is
solved these
tasked with securing
issues.
Food for the immediate future.
Let's talk about Zoo's Hope.
Of
and
course,
Pharos.
Commander.
There's a guy living down
Oh,
in
here's the
tunnels.
insane guy.
Is he one of yours?
Okay.
That would be Ian. He's very sick.
He seems to be more than just sick.
He's
He
nuts.
hasn't been the same since the attack. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us.
Did he get the
I
same
can't help
vision
my
that we
people
did
if
at the
they won't
start?
Listen, Commander.
Don't you have medical supplies? Something to help him?
I wish it was that simple. Ian was a good man I'd like to have with us. Please, Commander. I'd prefer not to talk about it anymore.
Okay.
What do you need done to get this place back on
Getting
its
rid
feet?
of... But
Hang on, I
I'm
think
not
I've already
sure
done
where we
this.
stand on those matters. You should talk...
Let's talk about
Of course,
Sue's
Commander.
What else can you tell me about Exogeny?
Free to play can only save up, what, 60 pulls between? No. Every 3 months, you get roughly 150 pulls. That includes the OP and the pulls tied to the limited banner. So you get about 600 a year free to play pulls. And it's likely to go up a little bit because the last few months in CN have been pretty generous. Although the generosity is mainly increased in materials and LMD. Rather
I
than,
wonder if that's what the Geth are looking for.
rather than,
As she
what's
said,
it
we never
called?
found anything of value.
Pulls.
Of course, the Geth could know something we don't.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
How did I get 8 renegade points?
Your heroics don't impress me, Commander.
Your heroics. You're not impressed by me. Now that
I get the feeling you don't like me.
How would you feel if you were hung out to dry by every
That
government
is uncool.
organization that ever promised to keep you safe?
I should
They
pistol
should
whip
have
you for
sent
that.
a small fleet. Instead, we get one ship. And you're only interested in the Geth.
Of course, I'm only interested in
What
the
can you
Geth.
tell me about the Geth? Do you have any idea what they might be after?
I can't tell you anything about that. I suggest you go to Exogeny if you want answers to those questions.
Ventus, don't worry. Yeah, first pull, easy.
Tell me more about yourself, Arcelia.
Not only will I get
I'm a
you
rent-a-cop. I was
Radiant
trying
Nail
to
on the
keep
first
kids from
pull. It'll
writing
come with a
graffiti
free
on the walls
W.
at Exogeny. Then all this happened. I wasn't trained for this. I didn't ask for it. I just wanted to end.
For
Tell me about
Enfields,
Zeus Hope.
I'm guessing they'll make
can't
quite a
tell you much
different
about
game.
You
It would
should
make
speak
sense
with
to make
Dan
something
if you
just
wanna
like
know.
Arknights. It might not even be a gacha game.
What can you tell me about Exogeny?
Very little. I work
Do you want to
there
pull
as
my
a
account for
security
content on
officer.
Arknights? I have
I know
60k
they were
random.
looking for
Yeah,
artifacts, so
Marky,
anything of value.
I will do any
That's
account
what they
pulls
do.
that you want.
They fund the colony. In return, we
Main
help
banner,
them
off
uncover
banner,
buried treasure.
standard banner,
It's
recruitment.
definitely not as
All
exciting
good.
as they make it sound.
I'll be doing viewer pulls as soon as the event starts for a Radiant Nail, but of course, if you're not there at that time, we can do them later, whenever other people are on stream. I'll do pulls pretty much any time, as long as I'm not in the middle of something. So when it happens, on the Discord, there is a pulls channel. Exclamation Discord in chat right now if you need the Discord details. And it's lots of fun. If you go to my YouTube channel, I have the VODs for the Fartooth and the Blemishine pulls.
Commander.
And it's always an absolute riot. And I always lose my mind eventually. Oh, hang on. I thought I'd resolve this.
I'm grateful for what you've done, but your heroics don't impress me.
Goodbye.
Hang on.
Commander.
I thought I'd already finished all this.
Commander, what can I do for you?
There's a guy living down in the tunnels.
That would be Ian. He's very
I
sick.
think...
Good luck, Commander.
Whoops. How do I put my gun away again? Select. Yeah, I don't scam people. Everybody always gets what they want when I pull for them, so... I'll get you now. No worries, no worries. It was for the Sally pulls. Yes, there's also the VOD for the Salek pulls. Now that was a scam on myself. Now,
I'll talk to you when I learn.
I need to figure out where to turn in the quest for having fixed the other stuff. It's still giving me the exclamation, but I think the exclamation on that guy that I just talked to is for the crazy man. I gotta figure out how to fix him.
Hello, Off-Worlder. I'm glad that we are...
Dear, please try to rest. You're not ready to speak.
I can guarantee you
know.
Radiant Nail if you have 300 pulls.
Yes. That's better.
I'm not gonna catch anything from you, am I?
Doesn't matter where the account is linked. No, I can
need to try to
log
think
in
It's just a lingering
no matter
pain
which
from
one.
the last attack.
What's it called?
I can't
What
see
binding
any
you've got?
significant
But I
damage, but
recommend
something is
having a
clearly
Yo-Star
causing
binding,
pain.
because that's the most secure from your
Let her
perspective.
rest. She just needs rest.
And the way it works, for those who don't know, is you'll just DM me your login email on Discord, and then I will log in on one of my instances in the emulator, and then you just give me the verification code once you receive it.
That last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Are you doing anything to remedy
I need
the
to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous.
Oh, this is the guy
Alpha, he's huge and he's mad.
killing the dog. So we completed a bunch of quests before we even picked them up.
He's dead.
I killed the big Baron. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
Fork over the reward so I can get back to more important things.
Of course. I don't want to delay you any more than I already have.
Why is he giving me 8 Paragon points? I literally demanded money from this guy, and it's like, that was a nice thing to do.
But we're not up to
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up.
Oh no, the talking over, I'm speeding through the dialogue, that's why it's happening.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for? I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here.
Yeah, so when I do viewer pulls, I only get access to your account once. After that, I would need another verification code, so it's completely safe. And I also do it off screen so people don't see your login email.
Thanks for getting me these power cells. Now,
Okay.
get this damn thing working.
Maybe the standards in this world are so low for good people
The water started running not long
that such behavior still
Thanks to
makes you
you,
look like a
Isaac.
paragon.
Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony.
Again, 8 paragon points. What's going on? I'm supposed to be evil. Well,
I'll hold
anti-hero.
this position in case those things try to attack again.
Okay, what's left to do in this area? I think that's it. This is all just collectible stuff. That's in the city. And this is the other planet that we haven't been to yet. So I think I'm done in this area. Oh, also I forgot to level up my units. Yeah, look at this. So the red quarter circle on the bottom right, and then the blue quarter circle, that's like your... So Paragon is like, you know, lawful good. And, I don't know what it's called. Chaos good or whatever it is for Renegade. Chaotic. Chaotic... Is it called Chaotic Good? I don't remember. I haven't played D&D. Except for one bad experience. I think it's called Chaotic Good. You can't hide the Ned Flanders in you. Howdy, neighbor. Okay, so what do I want to level up? I can level up my shotguns. The psychic power is unfortunately not very good, if I'm honest. Although the barrier power, that would genuinely be useful. But I have to put points into this first in order to unlock it. Let's put 1 point into charm for the dialogue option. Spectre training increases health, accuracy, and effectiveness of all attacks. Yeah, let's do that. And then Unity, that's my ability that revives my team. Vanguard increases biotic resistance, increases damage to shotguns and pistols. That's also useful. Assault training increases melee weapon damage, gains the adrenaline burst ability. What's this going to do? Blah blah blah. Let's do this. And then final point into this. Have you seen Yee's video about the Moody Blues? No, I haven't. I haven't seen a Yee video in a long time. I'm guessing he's just done an analysis on them. I've actually been thinking of doing videos like deeper dives onto older operators. Because for the most part, I usually just talk about new operators. But since obviously I only started my content recently, there's plenty of stuff I can go back and look at. And I do think it would be useful. I also wish I had the time to do operator showcases, like proper, you know, 5-10 minute videos going in depth on backlog of characters. But unfortunately, just due to time and scheduling, I don't think I can. But I would at the very least like to do it for new 6 stars going forward. Yeah, I haven't seen Yi content in a while, but some of his earlier stuff I do quite like. He's the one who convinced me to get Blemishine. He made a Blemishine video ages ago, and watching his video is what convinced me to get Blemishine. And because up until that point, I'd really only heard her compared to Saria, but she's so different from Saria, it's not really a fair comparison, as he points out in the video. I don't think many people are underestimating how much the modules helped. The main thing is that the modules just didn't help enough. That's the thing. No matter how good the modules are, they're not good enough to make up for just how bad it's been. Right, so I've been pumping first aid, but Garrus still gets insta-gibbed, so we need to give him more armor. The main thing you gotta do in Mass Effect 1 is you gotta increase ally survivability because the AI is so dumb and stands out in the open. So, let's pump. So, although he's also got decryption as well. Although I think it's my own decryption that I need to bring the stuff. Electronics I don't need. This increases his weapon damage, so we'll try and put points into that as well, but I want to boost his survivability first. And then let's boost his healing. And then let's boost his damage. Now, we can boost him with sniper rifles, which I think we should do. Because he does a lot of damage with sniper rifles. And AI basically cheats, so they get instant headshots. Man, I love Mass Effect. Absolutely love Mass Effect. Chen's best skill, I always forget which one's which. I think her third skill is her strongest one, but the second skill, that's the one that has at full mastery and no charge time. You can just drop and instantly use it. That one is used more simply because it's slightly unique in that sense. Whereas if you're going to use her skill 3, then you may as well just use a different operator. How disappointed was I when I finished Mass Effect 3? The ending for Mass Effect 3 was just, unfortunately, just very abrupt, very short, and it just wasn't that satisfying. However, unlike everyone else who was really outraged, I enjoyed everything else about Mass Effect 3. The individual endings to each character, to each of the characters on your team, were fantastic. Yeah. Oberon's paradox. Allied AI be like Arnie and Predator. Come on, kill me. Yeah, it's like that. Except imagine there's no trap laying in wait to kill the enemy. To kill the enemy first. That's basically what happens. Okay, so with her, I do like to get the electronics ability, because that gives her the shields, which increases her survivability, and it also helps when you're in the vehicle sections, because it gives massive vehicle repair. Let's make her shields even stronger. And then what else are we going to work on? So this silences and stuns enemies, which is quite good. We can increase her armor, which I think we might do. And then she can also get more shotgun damage. Right, so let's put some into shotgun. And then let's do some more armor stuff. We can also have her use some healing as well. Oh, if we get hacking, she can hack enemy Geth. Dude, yes, let's build towards that. Right, what do we need to unlock this? We have to go all the way to there. Oh my god. All right, we're gonna do that. Tali's a fantastic character. Also, I haven't changed my equipment in forever. Is there anything that's an upgrade here? I kind of wish there was an auto-equip function, because the equipment, again, in Mass Effect 1 is not that great, the equipment system. This looks like an outright upgrade. Let's equip that. No, that changes character. Oh, that's the assault rifles. Assault rifles doesn't matter. Same shotgun I've got equipped right now. Edge 3. Alright, let's do that. Garrus, what have you got? Kessler 3? Yep, why not? And then he's got... No, hang on. Doesn't he use assault rifles and sniper rifles? Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Lower accuracy rating. Who cares? The AI basically cheats and never misses. Whoops. Sniper rifle. He's got Avenger 1. Do we have Avenger 2? Let's do this. The Reaper. And then Tali, she's shotguns and pistols? Scimitar. And Edge 2. Oh, and then what about armor? Nothing for her. What about for me? No, nothing. And then for him... That looks so bad! You kind of want to take it off just to get rid of that skin. Holy crap, that's ugly. Tali's drone, I think, is a Mass Effect 2 ability. If Passenger gets a second module, modules probably won't stack. You'll have to pick one or the other. That would be the smarter way of doing it. You know what? I'm going back to the default. I just can't stomach looking at this base. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Skinless Titan from Attack on Titan. It's just the skin suit. It's a muscle suit. A skinless muscle suit. Ugh. So creepy. Alright, save. And now let's keep going.
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few...
I honestly can't be bothered figuring out what to buy, so... Until we really struggle, I am not going to bother getting into too much detail with the equipment system. Not in the first game. Alright.
You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
What do you know about the colony?
We just arrived a short time ago.
Last time I played this, you said this was vanilla? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you asking about the last time I played this game? Last time I played this game was when Mass Effect 2 came out. I rushed through Mass Effect 1 to play Mass Effect 2 because my friend recommended it as being an amazing game.
What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. It's kind of like... I can't describe it. You should speak with Fide.
What do you do here?
I'm just watching over the ship.
Oh, without mods. I've never played any Mass Effect with mods. I'll be honest, I didn't know you could get mods for it.
When those Geth come over the walls.
Although it doesn't surprise me.
Something.
No, well, just ship diagnostics. It's nothing. I should get back to it, but Fidan, what's the report?
I'm from Australia.
I should go.
Although my accent is not very Australian.
Maybe I can help you.
Don't take me as a prototypical Australian.
Thanks, really. Now, please, I need to get back to work. This work must be completed. I can't talk right.
This colony will survive. We will soon have all that we need.
Okay. Juji, thank you for the follow. Right, where am I going? In a giant circle. So what am I meant to do over here? Go to... Take the elevator. Ah, I've got to go back to that elevator that was closed before. Right. At least I think that's what it's saying. Yes, La Pluma, she's sometimes a little shy. And doesn't show up, but today she's joining us. Where we going? Oh, we know, yeah. I think... Also, I've got the wrong guns equipped again. If I tap this, it should give me the pistol. Oh. Why is my back making it seem like I've got a different set of guns? Okay, so where is that elevator again? No, that's the dead end, I'm pretty sure. I can see the symbol on the mini-map, but I'm pretty sure it's above us. Or below. This mini-map is kind of useless. This radar. Isn't it over here? Oh, it's not. I think it is all the way back up top. Great. Someone please tell me that Mass Effect 2 has a better minimap. Hello Tam, welcome. We are currently trying to figure out where to go. Oh, it was right at the start. Oh, brilliant. It's just an enemy radar, really.
Watch out! They'll be here any minute now. I don't know how much more
Think we're good, Commander?
All that panic for one drone? Ooh, we can get in the vehicle.
And now to the Geth base. Something an intelligent mind expects to see.
Yeah, Mass Effect 2 is my favorite as well.
The last batch went south. What are they looking for?
I'm picking up comms. It's too weak to pinpoint, but there's definitely something else.
More checks, location.
Any sign of movement? Lisbon could still be in there. It's only been a few
Yeah, what was the boost button again? Oh, this one.
She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
That guy went flying. Goodbye. Manny, I'm glad I got you back into it. I've had this urge to play this for ages.
They must be close enough to see us.
Okay.
Dealing with the Geth is more important.
I think
Moving out.
there's a side objective over here. And then we can continue onwards afterwards.
That's close enough.
Relax, Jong. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana.
This
Who are
game is
you? What do you
remastered.
want?
The biggest difference is with the first game
I suggest you put that weapon down unless you're
was
ready
brought
use
up to
it.
look more like number
Don't
2
worry
and
about
3.
him.
Because there was
He
quite a
only
big
cares
jump
about
in
the
quality in every respect between 1 and 2.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left.
Crobat's video about Andromeda maybe ages ago.
Fidan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They're surviving, but the Geth really hit them hard.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Just tell me where I can find them.
You see? They're not here to save us. We should just wait for company support before we...
Ignore him.
The Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Dude, stop being a little wimp. Just tell me where the enemies are.
Nothing else.
I'm not
I need to
interested in your
kill more
company's
people.
secrets.
I mean, save
Commander,
more
before
people.
you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around.
Have I
To do
played
a
the
proper
SCP
accounting
games?
of our
SCP, I think.
the Geth
Are you talking about that?
That's my daughter you're talking about.
You know those
She's still alive.
fake real world mysteries things? If not, I haven't.
Where's your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building.
The
when
SCP stuff is
attacks
always
came.
very fascinating there.
Oh yeah, there were several places she could
Back for
hide.
Blood. Oh, that was the supposed to be the successor to Left 4 Dead, and turned out to be a real
She's in
disappointment.
there. I'll get her out.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
And
We need to recoup
Totem
our
Slayer.
senses.
Thank you for the follow.
Personal.
How did you get split up from the Zoo's Hope colony?
Most of us
Welcome,
live closer
Delegate.
to the Exogeny building.
Glad you could be here.
Zoo's Hope was mostly
Just a quick reminder, 5 hours and 15 minutes until 3rd anniversary live stream.
Until
We'll see
you
you.
told us about the others, we assumed they were killed in the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them.
They're fairly secure now. Maybe you should do that.
No. I don't think that's a good idea. We have no vehicles, and the Skyway offers little protection.
Dude, stop being a wimp, just run.
Listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements. They'll come eventually.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed
La Pluma's
that
really
structure
coming
to
out today.
serve as
It's great.
headquarters for Exogeny.
Most of the devs of Left 4 Dead were Valve employees, and only 6 devs from the game
Exogeny is a master
are made
at
Back for Blood.
repurposing anything and everything.
Yeah, I did see a video. Maybe it was the Crobat video on Back for Blood, but I do remember seeing a video where they were heavily pushing, you know, made by the people
Where's your
who
daughter,
did
Juliana?
Left 4 Dead.
Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters.
And in this video, they highlighted all the credits of all the people who made Left 4 Dead, and it was like, out of all the people responsible for Left 4 Dead, it was just a handful of people that actually worked on
Tell me about the
Back 4
colony.
Blood, and
We
so to
established
say it
ourselves
was
here
by
4
the
years
team that
ago.
made Left 4 Dead was
Growth was
kind
steady
of
until the
disingenuous.
attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so
Yeah,
little
sure,
for
Ventus, you can
value.
DM me. I'll look at it
Still,
later.
We were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until
Okay.
the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Alright, time to kill some Geth.
Of course. And please remember, if you...
I was hoping
Oh
for
no.
a moment to speak.
Another conversation.
I've got a bit of a problem.
Everybody
need
wants
to kill.
something. Hurry up about it.
Fair enough. I need to reduce
Shepard really knows what I want to
Not a
say.
big job, but it pays well.
I'm listening.
Good. Poking around in the ruins is
I know I've played Mass Effect before, but ages ago.
What is it about you that makes people assume we enjoy being in harm's way?
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
You're awfully quick to trust me with this.
Have you seen anyone else heading to Exogeny lately?
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate
Alright.
it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Tell me about the data.
I want to know about this data.
Plans for a few prototype mods.
Ah,
I'm a
weapon
freelancer.
upgrades.
Some of my mods are highly sought after.
Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful?
Maybe I've got a bit of the
The gameplay is a little less clunky in the remaster game. They brought in some of the things from Mass Effect 2.
Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile.
Do you have any
Yeah,
idea
there was
what
a
the Geth were looking for?
Argonaut. There was a similar thing with. I always get confused between Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds. One of those two games claimed to be made by the guys who made New Vegas, but again, it was like a handful of people out of the larger group that was responsible for it.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind.
And instead it was something that just felt like it was trying to be New Vegas and completely failed. Yeah, one of them is a game that I don't want to play, and the other one is a game I do want to play, and I always forget which one's which.
They wiped out our defenses in minutes.
If I survive this, I'm going back to Earth.
I hope you can get us out of this mess.
We ran when the attack came.
Okay.
In a few weeks, none of the colonists will remember this planet.
These people had their shot. It's more than...
The frontier is a lot more dangerous.
Alright, where am I supposed to go? Do we just get back in the car? Or do I wander around over here? Maybe the map can help a little bit. Okay, so we came in from over here. That takes us down to the refugee camp. I think we get back into the car. And let's see what's over there. Oh, Tali's also stuck behind a wall. All the way back there. That's us over there. Right. Speaking of New Vegas, you want to play that on stream? Probably not. I'm not a big Fallout fan. The theme doesn't really do it for me, unfortunately. And since it's such a big game, I can't just, you know, just lightly make my way through it. Oh yeah, DICE. I mean, all you need to do is just look at Battlefield, the latest Battlefield game, and you know that 99% of the people who made Battlefield good no longer work there. Come on, come on. Can I get through that door? Instead of playing something like Fallout, I'd probably be more likely to go and play the first Dragon Age or something like that. Whoa, whoa. This car, despite what it looks like, is very slippery. Hang on, the Exogeny base, right. I'm pretty sure that's where I'm headed. Legendary Edition is what I'm playing. Yes, it has all DLC, all 3 games. Amazing value. It's such good value you wouldn't think it came from EA. Goodbye. Right off the bridge.
We're leaving now.
Yeah, 2042. I remember that was one of those games where when they first showed up that demo of the, you know, the tornado, I was like, okay, that looks really awesome. And someone said, remember, no pre-orders. I thought, surely this game will be good. They've made good Battlefield games before. Nope. Hang on, there's an enemy on my map. Are they hiding underneath the tunnel? Let's see if I can blast them from here. Did I get him? No, the splash damage is not getting... Alright, let's go say hello. Look at that damage. Look at that damage, you just one-shot him. My allies are starting to be useful. Which is great. Wait, is it just 2 guys in a tunnel and that's it? What I really like about Mass Effect series, it was using the cruiser to explore planets. Yes, I love the space exploration aspect. I love just being in the ship. I just love being in Mass Effect. You know, this is the ultimate dream, the pipe dream, is to get a ship of your own and to just travel the stars.
Damn it! Shut down the comm!
Okay, so once again, there's a bunch of enemies. And I think they're underground. Oh, look at them. Okay, I think I can just sneak up on them. Ah. Stupid tire, get out of the way. Two of them dead. I bet they didn't see that coming. Am I into Star Trek? Dude, I have seen all of original Star Trek. All of TNG twice. I have seen all of Voyager and Deep Space Nine. I have seen one season of Enterprise. I've seen all the Abrams movies. I have unfortunately seen all of Discovery and all of Picard. But Discovery and Picard are absolutely terrible. I have not seen the old movies yet. I've not heard many good things about most of them, but I will check them out anyway.
Clear.
Yeah, I love just hanging... Okay, I don't know if people are going to like this on stream, but when I play Mass Effect, I like to talk to everyone and get to know everybody's story. I love the... just the in-between mission stuff. Similar to Persona. My favorite aspect of the Persona games is not the combat, because I do love the combat. It's the social stuff in between. That's my favorite bit of the game. Ventus, if Calcit was on the 6-star selector ticket, she would be the #1 pick. The Geths are robots that use meth. Actually, I don't know. The Geth, I believe they like absorb organic matter. I don't exactly remember. Oberon Paradox says, love the OG series, talking about Star Trek. Something wonderfully charming about the campiness combined with the pioneering concepts. Absolutely. It's one of those things, it's one of those series where the, what's it called? I swear I got a better... Hang on, no, I don't need that. Let's go and give it to Garrus. And then... Do I have one of the sniper rifles equipped that I shouldn't? No, I don't. Oh, even more damage. Yeah, let's do that. Garrus, I want you to one-shot people. Yeah. Original Star Trek, I did not think it would hold up anywhere near as well as it did. I only watched original Star Trek for the first time about maybe a year and a half ago. And I was so surprised by how well it held up. Like some of those episodes, my favorite episode possibly is the one where they go to the planet where war is entirely simulated. So let me give you a quick pitch for Star Trek original series about how brilliant some of the storytelling is. I will tell you the story of just one episode. So they go to this planet where, so they drop in on this planet and they're going around, and then all of a sudden they get an alert saying that the city's been bombed and like 10% of the city's been blown up, 1 million people have been killed. Now, they don't feel any explosions. They don't see anything happening out. They can't feel any war, right? It makes no sense. How did all these people die? Nothing's happening. And it turns out it's a simulated war. Not exactly simulated, it's a virtual war between these two factions, all done by computer. And the way it works is these computers will calculate that if we did launch an attack like this, it would kill this many people of yours and destroy this much of the city. And then if you counterattack us, it would do this much damage, kill this many people. So rather than actually doing the war, what we'll do is we'll get the computers to simulate the battle, and all you have to do is agree to randomly kill off the number of people that the simulation says would die in the fight. And so, let's say 10,000 people would be killed according to the simulation in, you know, the battle tomorrow. Then they just randomly select 10,000 people and they just send them off to die. they basically gas them or whatever it is. And that's it. That's how they fight this war. In exchange, what it means is there's no permanent damage to the cities, things aren't wiped out, people don't live in absolute misery, but you could get randomly selected for to be killed at any time. Now, of course, that's an absolutely insane way to live, and it's really fascinating to see how they resolve it. I won't give it away, because I do recommend that you watch it, but it's really, really well done, really well written, and highly recommend you check it out. Which Star Trek content would I recommend? You want to start... You can, if you're someone who is into old stuff, start with the original series. There's nothing wrong with doing that. If the original series seems a little bit too old for you, then I recommend you go to TNG, but don't start with Season 1 of TNG. It's a bit of a long story, but Season 1 TNG was very neutered because of Gene Roddenberry's refusal to have inter-character drama. And so Season 2 onwards, the writing greatly improves. Basically when Riker grows a beard. And as a result, the term growing the beard was created. Where when a show suddenly gets better after a character grows a beard. So yes, if you're into anything like Mass Effect or sci-fi, highly recommend Star Trek. There are so many interesting concepts. Also, most Star Trek does not have ongoing story. There is a little bit of ongoing story from Season 2 of TNG onwards, and any Star Trek series after that. But for the most part, you could watch any episode on its own. Some of them are two-parters, and the two-parters are usually excellent. So you could really just pick up and watch anything. The episode that got me into TNG, right, because Season 1 of TNG, as I've said, is a little rough. And in parts a little boring. But what really got me into TNG was the episode where Moriarty, Sherlock Holmes's rival, main villain, comes to life. A virtual Moriarty becomes self-aware. So in Star Trek, from TNG onwards, there's something called the holodeck, which I'm sure you've heard of. The holodeck is the ultimate VR, basically. The ultimate augmented reality. You go into this room and you say, computer, I'd like to simulate 17th century London. And it'll just create it, and then you can interact with all of these AIs, and it's almost as flawless as you can get a recreation of reality. And in terms of a storytelling perspective, this means that they can have stories, you know, they can have a Robin Hood story. They just say, oh, we're going to go back to, you know, old England, Sherwood Forest, and we're going to do a Robin Hood story. Or we'll go back and we'll do a Da Vinci story or something like that. It just allows them to go to different... it allows them to have stories, basically create any story they want, any idea. They can explore any concept thanks to the holodeck. And in this one, so there's an android called Data, he's the first of his kind, and he's this super intelligent android who strives to become human. And one of his favorite hobbies is playing as Sherlock Holmes and solving Sherlock Holmes mysteries. And so he goes into the holodeck with his best friend Geordi, the head of engineering. The problem with Data, because he's a super smart computer, and he has memorized all of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. So he knows right away in the very first scene who did it and all the clues and everything. So, for instance, in one Sherlock Holmes story, the guy who comes in asking for help to try and find the killer is the killer himself. And he's basically preempting the investigation by going, oh, I can't be the killer, I'm the one who asked you for help. But Data, having already read the story, goes, if you look in your pocket, there's this bit of evidence that points to you being the killer, blah, blah, blah. And so Geordi goes, what's the point of playing this if you already know all the answers, right? There's no mystery if you've just memorized the story. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the holodeck computer to create a new story to challenge you. And so Geordi asks the holodeck to create an opponent that can outsmart Data. And Data, being the smartest thing that any species has ever seen, really, means that the computer ends up making a super version of Moriarty that is so smart, he realizes he's a computer simulation. So the Moriarty from the Sherlock Holmes stories becomes self-aware. And obviously, when you become self-aware and you realize you are just a simulation stuck in this single virtual room that expands endlessly as you move around, doesn't like that situation. And so he wants to break free of the holodeck. But he obviously can't, because he's just a simulation. He can't step outside of the room. It's sort of, if you think about it, if that ever happened to you, it would be the equivalent of like being in hell. You're aware, you're alive, but you're stuck in a simulation, unable to leave. Yeah, it's sort of like Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club, except a super smart villain. But here's the thing. Because he becomes self-aware, he's no longer the villainous character from Sherlock Holmes. He becomes his own person, but with the abilities and capabilities of Moriarty. And it's so fascinating. Again, I won't tell you what happens, because you should absolutely watch it. But it's absolutely fascinating. Oh man. Revive, please. Oh my god, I just got one shot. I was behind the enemy. How did he fire backwards? We're talking about Star Trek TNG.
They could survive out there, no problem.
But yes, so Star Trek is full of concepts like that, where you just ask a question. You know, what if there was a society where once you reach 65 years old, right, instead of retiring, you just kill yourself? Because once you're a retiree, you are just a drain on resources for society. Wouldn't it be better? We're all the way back here? Good lord. So once you, you know, wouldn't it just be better for society if people who are no longer useful just killed themselves? And so it asks that question, and it explores it. And now you may be thinking, oh, it's going to get resolved in the most obvious way. It's going to preach about morality. It's going to follow the human system of morality, because this is an alien species that lives like this. And instead of just going, oh, humans believe that it should be done this way, therefore we're going to just do it the way that humans would do it. No, it instead properly explores the question and asks, you know, do we have a right to interfere with how other species would live? Yes, I really should quick save more. I am going to do that once we get past this bit. Garrus just one-shot him. Hang on, is Garrus's equipment screwed up again? Oh, hang on, I have to find it again. Where was it? I think it was the next tunnel that had the stronger gun that I gave him. Yeah. In Star Trek, the main conceit of the show is the main characters. They're part of what's called the Federation, which is similar to the Citadel and the Council in Mass Effect, where it's all these different alien races came together to create sort of a UN of sorts for all these different species. And the main goal of these crews is to explore space and meet other races. But there is something called the Prime Directive, which is you don't interfere with another culture. Especially if they haven't gone to space yet. Hang on, there's an enemy behind me. How do I get down there? It must be way down over here. Ah, right here. Oh yes, I'm partner. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to mention. I made partner. I made Twitch partner. I totally forgot to mention that. I told my mods, but I forgot to post it in the thing. Actually, let me just whoops. Let me just quickly today partner celebration. Yes, I forgot to apply for Twitch Partner until somebody, until some of my mods reminded me, oh, you should probably apply for Twitch Partner. As I've said this multiple times before, but I have no idea what I'm doing on Twitch. I am the worst streamer. But yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. This is very off topic, but would you ever stream any of the Persona games? I've been meaning to replay Persona 4, and doing that on stream, ooh, that's a good excuse. Although they are 90-hour games. Now, Persona 5, I am 75% through of another playthrough that I've put on pause because, funny enough, because I started my Arknight's YouTube channel. And I don't know if people would be interested in seeing me just finish the end of that game. Also, I'd have to get to the capture card because it's on the PS5. But I think I would like to play Persona 4. I absolutely want to play Elden Ring as well. Although, before I do Elden Ring, I might want to warm up a bit with one of the earlier FromSoft games. Although, from what I've heard, Elden Ring, it's got a lot more options to make the game easier based on the builds and stuff you go for. I don't know why we still haven't gotten Persona 5 on PC. It is just the worst. Why do they keep stuff off of the PC? That guy went flying. That was great. Goodbye. Oh, the Persona games. If you're into Mass Effect, specifically if you like the squad aspect of Mass Effect, like the social stuff, Persona has a really good system of that. A mega in-depth version of that. So if you think about it across a 90-hour game, and half the game is non-combat stuff, that'll give you an idea of what it's like with the social aspect of Persona. 3rd anniversary stream starts in 4 hours and 45 minutes, I think. Have I heard of the Trails in the Sky something something? I believe I've played and finished one of them.
Resistance will be extremely heavy once we are inside.
Did I just headshot that guy? Hell yeah. Okay. That spider dude, let's shoot him with the cannon. Stop moving. Die, bitch. Die. That's what you get. Being so goddamn annoying. Alright, so I can't save from here. They eventually brought Persona 4 to PC, so I think it's just a matter of time before 5 arrives. But really, I don't know why they're so slow with it. I think if you can't manual save, I don't think you can quick save either. But we saved just outside, so we should be okay. I can always reload from there. Unfortunately, there's no quick save shortcut on a controller. I'd have to do it on the keyboard, and I don't remember what the button is. So last time we went back that way. I think back that way unlocks this barrier. Biggest troll of the century will be if they put... I have played... The version of Persona 3 that I played is the one where you could play as the female... The first time they gave the female protagonist option. It was on the PSP. It was actually the main reason I bought the PSP. I bought it for, I think, like $50. Long after it was, long after the Vita came out. And I bought the Vita just for Persona 4. Yeah, Persona 3 Portable, that was it. And so on the PSP, I played... in the end, there were about 10 games I really liked on the PSP. Persona 3, Jeanne d'Arc, turn-based strategy game based on the story of Joan of Arc. Similar to Final Fantasy Tactics. I can't remember all the other games, but there were several games that I really enjoyed. Yeah, Persona 4 Golden on the Vita was just beautiful. Alright, so last time this dude just one-shotted us. Can we get out of here? Alright, we can step back. And now we won't get one-shot. Garrus, I revived him and he just dies instantly. Hack and slash Persona game. I know there was Persona Q, the dungeon crawler, which I did play and I didn't really enjoy it. I played the fighting game, Persona 4 Arena. Which was pretty good, actually. I enjoyed playing it for the story aspect. It was a crossover game between Persona 3 and 4. Oh, and then there was the... Oh yes, the Persona 5... I haven't played Strikers. I've been meaning to. Alright, we're gonna cheese this dude. Because if he's gonna one-shot us... Oh man, he's coming. Quick hide. He's so tall, he just hits the frame. Sucker! Look at that. When he fires a shot, it just hits the frame of the door. It's so good. What a little bitch. What a little bitch. That's so good. By the way, how's the volume for the game? Is it too loud or too low? Just let me know if I need to ever swap it. Oh, is it? Yeah, see, the Arena Fighter game was also a little bit of a sequel to Persona 3 and 4. It wasn't exactly, but it does give away some of the stuff from the... it does give away some of the character story bits.
Can't scratch this field. We need another way in.
Okay, so... maybe there was a switch that I missed over there. Or perhaps I can go through that way? Hang on, let's look at the map. Where the hell am I? No, can't go down there. Yeah, the Persona spin-offs. I think the main reason I didn't like Persona Q is I just don't like that kind of game. I thought Persona Q might be the first one that I enjoy, because, you know, it's Persona, but I still couldn't. I've tried a few of those, you know, those first-person dungeon crawler ones where you basically move one tile at a time. I can't get into those. I've really tried. I think I've tried about 5 different ones. Both Japanese and Western, and I could never get into them. So I think there's a drop down over here.
Like a one-way drop, Commander.
Yeah, let's do it. Here we go. And that barrier is probably just the way back in.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth.
Did we talk to her earlier? Or is it someone with the same model?
Who are you and what are you doing in here?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running and I stayed to back up data.
Have I tried The Legend of Grimrock? I don't think so.
And the power went out.
That sounds familiar, but I don't think I have.
I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
I'll fight my way through the Geth soon enough.
It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up.
That
They don't want anyone
that
else to
totally
have
looks like that woman that we spoke to back at the other camp.
I'm here for the Geth. If you know something, tell me.
I don't know for certain, but
It's definitely the same model.
Thorian? What is that exactly?
it's an indigenous life.
Oh, is it her daughter?
Exogeny was studying it.
I need more information. I need to know why the Geth are after this Thorian.
I'm pretty sure it's even the same hairstyle.
I might be able to, but not
Or
with those
did the
Geth
other one have the
here.
fringe on the other side of the
We need
face?
to get out of here, past that field.
Any suggestions?
Oh right, I wasn't paying attention to her dialogue. So I totally missed that we were looking for her daughter. I am the worst commander there is. I just want to kill, kill, kill. Only kill.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but
So yes,
I don't think they
highly recommend you watch Star Trek if you haven't already. Old Star Trek. Now, new Star Trek, that's a very different story.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that much
I
about
can't
it.
decide which is worse, Star Trek Picard or Star Trek Discovery.
I know it's very old.
I think Picard is probably worse. It's so bad.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for Exogeny. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
The worst person in Hollywood is this guy called Alex Kurtzman. He's responsible for all the new Star Trek stuff, and he also wrote the new Mummy movie. You know, that terrible one starring Tom Cruise that had the trailer without the full audio mixing, and all there was the what's it called? The slight dubbing that actors have to do for little bits. You know, when Tom Cruise is like screaming, and the woman when she gets sucked out of the airlock, and she screams. That was really funny. But yes, he wrote that terrible film. He also wrote, I think, one of the terrible DC movies. All the bad Star Trek stuff. And for some reason that just escapes me, they keep hiring him to make this god-awful crap.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
Have I read/seen Dune? I have not read Dune. I've started reading it. I watched the movie.
Please, Commander.
Okay, so it is her daughter.
So I can see my
You weren't joking.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors.
So there have been good DC films. They're just not tied to the DC cinematic universe. Oh, a bunch of dogs just came out of nowhere. Hang on. Dog killing first, speak later. There we go. Killed 250 enemies. Only. We need to up that kill count. That's too low. So Dune. Watch the recent Denis Villeneuve film. Amazing. Best film of the year for me. Absolutely loved that film. It's possibly one of the best films I've ever seen. But now, I'm really into sci-fi and that kind of stuff, so do keep that in mind. But I absolutely loved that film. The sense of scale. The way... So I watched it on the biggest screen in that I could find in Sydney. And,
Now it gets fun.
what did he say?
Not now, Shepard.
Hang on. They're acting like there's enemies. So I watched it on the biggest screen I could find, and the sense of scale that film imposes upon you, and just how small you feel, is just... It's awe-inspiring and daunting at the same time. The effects, the story, the characters, everything about it was just phenomenal. Absolutely loved Dune. It was so good. Unfortunately, I couldn't watch it on IMAX because the Sydney IMAX is under reconstruction because they're building a hotel above it, and so they are rebuilding the entire thing.
For a level 4 security exemption, or make an appointment with
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside.
I'm new to the franchise, and it made complete sense to me. regenerating. I'm out of grenades. Look at that. In one shot, he nearly killed me. Thankfully, Tali restored my shields.
ExoGeni Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of
Yeah, I had absolutely no problem following the movie.
Strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham.
Welcome, Neelix. Glad to see you again. Seeing the Dune film makes me want to have a Warhammer 40k film done in the same style. Because Warhammer 40k is definitely inspired by Dune, and I'm a massive Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k fan. And to get a film of that scale, that really imposes upon you just a sense of scale of the 40k universe and the conflicts that happen, would be amazing. Amazing to have.
How do you know I'm Lisbeth?
Your access card identifies you as Elizabeth Bainham. Is there something you require?
Where to start if you want to get into Warhammer? Now, do you want to get into Warhammer the game, or do you want to get into Warhammer the lore? Because that's two very different answers, and there is no. I don't think there is a single universe more expansive than the 40k and fantasy universes. They are so massive that it can be very daunting to get into.
What information was
I think the
last
simplest,
user
if they did a film,
access?
the simplest would be you just do a Space Marines versus Chaos story. You just keep it simple, or maybe Space Marines versus Tyranids. But Tyranids, unfortunately, for me, wouldn't be as interesting because they don't have the human quality. It's just, you know, mindless. Well, they're not exactly mindless, but I think having more human characters would be more interesting. And they could start with the Horus Heresy, or just one of the many parts of the Horus Heresy. Now, to get into 40k, my suggestion, the simplest way, is just start reading the Horus Heresy. Because that is the backstory of the Space Marines. It's before the Chaos Marines existed. So, a very, very brief version of 40k lore, the core of it, is there were Space Marines, which are human super soldiers, basically, fighting against aliens and so on. And in the 40k universe, there's this force, this presence known as, basically it's just chaos. And it corrupts people. And so it starts to corrupt some of the Space Marines, and then eventually creates the Chaos Space Marines. And each chapter, each faction really, of Space Marines is led by what's known as a Primarch. Space Marines are all genetically engineered. And the original genetically engineered Space Marines are the Primarchs. And then their DNA is used to create more Space Marines of that chapter. And so if I remember correctly, half of the Primarchs turn evil and end up betraying the others. And for the most part, in present day 40k, most of the Primarchs are dead, or in stasis, or stuck in the Warp, which is the Chaos Realm. And so the Horus Heresy tells the entire backstory of how Horus, who was, I think, the oldest son of the Emperor, how he started the whole betrayal of the Space Marines. It's a really good story. However, I'm pretty sure there's about 30 books. To be fair, the reason there are so many books is because each book focuses on a different chapter of the Space Marines. My favorite of the books, and you can read this standalone, you don't need to read any of the other books first. It's just, if you do want to read it pure, it's not exactly chronological, because many of the books happen simultaneously, just at different parts of the galaxy following a different chapter. So many of the stories don't actually cross over until you reach a certain point. And so you could start with this one, and I recommend actually you start with this book. It's called Fulgrim, spelt Fulgrim, written by one of my favorite authors, Graham McNeil. He writes, in my opinion, all the best Warhammer and 40k lore. So Fulgrim is about a chapter whose name I can't remember, but they get corrupted by the god Slaanesh. Now, to explain what Slaanesh is, I'm going to need to bring up an image, because you can't describe Slaanesh in words. It requires more than just words to understand what this demon looks like. This is one of the Chaos Gods, and it is super creepy. Now, I'm going to try and find something that is not too unsafe for work. No, that's too unsafe for work. Let me see if I can find something that's not too creepy. Okay. Jeez, that's creepy. Okay, so here's a model. Here's a model of one of the Slaanesh demons, which gives you an idea of what they look like. Right, so that's a demon of Slaanesh. They're really creepy, and as you can see with this, it's both genders at once. It's both genders and no genders. It is everything, how do I put it? Slaanesh is essentially a demon of passion and desire, in the best and the worst sense. So if, say for instance, you're an artist who's really passionate about your art and you get obsessed with it, that gives a window of opportunity for Slaanesh to infiltrate your mind and corrupt you. And here's another image of a Slaaneshi demon. All right, so it gives you an idea where it's like, it's both destructive but passionate at the same time. It's super, super creepy. And so, in this book Fulgrim, I'll actually look it up for you, just so I can show you the cover image. So Fulgrim is the Primarch of one of the chapters of Space Marines. I think it's the Thousand Sons? No, the Emperor's Children. Okay, so he's the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, which is a Chaos Marine faction. And so the story Fulgrim is about the story. The story starts with him as a good guy. He isn't corrupted yet, and the story is about how Slaanesh, invisible in the background, infiltrates his mind and the mind of his Marines and corrupts them all. And the way it goes is so fascinating, because it corrupts them not through war and combat, because that's not how Slaanesh works. Slaanesh gets at your mental faculties, and it preys on your desires and your passions. See, Argonaut, and yeah, basically horny jail. It's the king. He's the Slaanesh. He, she, it, whatever is the king of horny jail. But also, you get imprisoned if you indulge too much in any sort of desire. So, for instance, and this is one of the most messed up things I've ever read. It's not insanely. It's not violent. It's not gory, but it is so messed up when you think about it that I still think about it to this day. There's an artist who Fulgrim is kind of vain, right? People who are very vain, who are obsessed with their own looks, are the perfect prey for Slaanesh. And hang on, there's a miniature in Warhammer Fantasy. What's his name? It's called Siegfried. Siegfried Warhammer model. Is he called Siegfried? No, he's not called Siegfried. What's his name? What was his name? Prince. Slaanesh. Prince. I think it was Sigvald. Sigvald. Yes, it's this guy. I'll show him to you in a moment. Let me finish the points about Fulgrim. Okay, so Fulgrim is quite a vain man, and so the story takes place largely on his main battleship, where he's got most of his Marines, and they're traveling across, and his chapter of Marines are actually really into art because he's really into art, right? So he has like opera on his ship. He invites a bunch of artists, musicians and performers, and as the journey progresses, they become more and more obsessed with their art. And one of the people that he's invited on board is this portrait artist who paints those really classical rich people portraits that you see in Pride and Prejudice and stuff on those Downton Abbey kind of thing hanging on those walls, right? Those full portraits that probably cost like $100,000 these days if you want one done for yourself, proper quality. He hires someone to do one of him, and this artist is so obsessed with the perfectionism. Thanks, Wi-Fi. Yes, I made a Twitch partner last night, and so he hires this artist who's said to be the best that you can get, and this guy's a perfectionist, and he's obsessed with making the perfect portrait of Fulgrim. And throughout the story, in the background, there's this subplot of this guy making this painting. When the story starts, you think it's not that important. It's not that relevant to the story. But as he's painting, and slowly, as the story progresses, there are hints of the guy just going more and more insane as he becomes more and more obsessed with making the perfect portrait. And at the end of the story, this is not a story spoiler, it's just what happens just with this one character. They break into his room. Another set of Space Marines break into his room because they're basically hunting down Chaos Marines, like people who've been corrupted by Slaanesh. They break into this guy's room and he's still doing the portrait. He still hasn't finished it. And he's gotten so obsessed with trying to perfect this portrait, he ran out of paint months ago. And he's been painting with his own blood, his own feces. He's been painting with anything that he can get his hands on to try and finish this perfect portrait. And he's just gone mad. Mad with just the passion and desire to be the perfect artist. And he just goes nuts. And that's how Slaanesh gets him. There's no combat. He doesn't attack him. He doesn't come in and, try to convince him to join Chaos. He just gets into his head and he just preys on that desire, that passion. That's how Slaanesh works. And it's so fascinating. And that's just a small part of the story. And so the general overall story follows that kind of theme. So yes, I highly recommend this book if you want to read just one standalone 40k novel, Fulgrim. I'm pretty sure you can get it as an audiobook as well. And me being a audiobook 1%er, actually I'm probably a 0.1%er, as in I am in the top 0.1% of audiobook listeners because I listen to so many audiobooks. It'll probably be even better in audiobook format than when I read it in novel back in the day when it first came out. So yes, Fulgrim. Perfect introduction to the 40k universe. It's really messed up. Highly recommended. So the guy I wanted to show you. So in Warhammer Fantasy, the only real thing in common between Warhammer Fantasy and 40k
can't be serious.
is the
Jesus Christ.
is the chaos. And in fact, many miniatures from 40k and Fantasy can be used in both 40k and Fantasy. But everything else is for the most part quite different. And so I want to show you, in Fantasy, there is a guy who follows Slaanesh. Let me find a picture of his art, because it gives you a perfect idea of what kinds of people like to follow Slaanesh. trying to find a good... Is there no bigger version of this image? Surely there's got to be a bigger version of this. No. Hang on, there it is. I can't zoom in on this. Alright. I'll just force zoom it. So there's this guy called Sigvald the Magnificent. Right? Now, he doesn't look that evil, right? He doesn't look that... There's nothing particularly strange about him. Except... the inside of his shield, the side facing him, is a mirror. And the reason for that is because he's so obsessed with his own appearance that in the middle of battle, he needs to make sure that he still looks good. And so he checks himself out in the mirror of his shield. In a gameplay perspective, that means that every turn when you fight with him, you have to roll a dice. If you get a high roll, he gets bonus effects and he's really strong. He's actually very powerful because he's blessed by a Chaos God. However, if you roll a 1, he basically does nothing as he stands there checking himself out in the mirror. There's a perfect embodiment of a follower of Slaanesh. He's so vain, he'll stop in the middle of a fight to check himself out. Alright, back to Mass Effect. A quick side tangent into the world of 40k and frankly, the most messed up demon there is.
What did you tell him?
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data.
Go Trick and Felix, I read those ages ago. I don't remember them much. Oh, Malice Darkblade, I have read that. Dark Elves are so messed up. Dark Elves and Dark Eldar. Oh, okay. Another quick tangent. If you don't like torture and like seeing people and reading about people getting tortured, do not read any Dark Eldar content. Because to me, chaos is like the embodiment of evil. But there's something about the way the Dark Eldar / the Dark Elves. So Dark Eldar is basically Warhammer 40k evil elves, and Dark Elves is Warhammer Fantasy evil elves. And the way the way the Dark Elves operate and their mentalities is so messed up that they are in many ways more evil than chaos, because they still have that human element to them, but they are just evil. They basically love to torture people. Torturing people for them is as natural and as much a part of their culture as hanging out with friends is to us. And the Dark Eldar, with them it's even more messed up in some ways, because the Dark Eldar are obviously corrupted versions of the Eldar, and in Warhammer 40k, the Eldar, they have, when they die, if they get, I'm pretty sure if they die corrupted by chaos, their souls get trapped in the warp for eternity, so they basically go to hell. And the Dark Eldar are constantly being tortured in some way by chaos, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of lore, and it's been a while, so I'm not 100% on all the details. But basically, if a Dark Eldar tortures someone else, they take the pain for them. And so these Dark Eldar just keep torturing people so that they don't get tortured themselves. Now you think, oh, that's just them, you know, saving themselves for this. They're torturing other people for the sake of themselves. No, it's gone beyond the point now where they just enjoy the torture. And it's often said that if you get raided by Dark Eldar, just shoot yourself in the head. Don't hesitate, just shoot yourself in the head right away. Because if you don't shoot yourself in the head, they will keep you alive, and they will do unimaginable things to you. There is one story where they describe, it was just a short story in the Dark Eldar Codex, which is basically the rulebook for that faction, where it describes, I believe it's a homunculus. Homunculus are basically the scientists of the Dark Eldar, and it describes peeling someone's skin one layer at a time, then peeling the muscles one fiber at a time, just peeling all the flesh, and they basically string you up while you're still alive, but you're opened up as much as possible. So it's like an anatomy lesson, a full biology anatomy lesson, but you are alive, spread open for people to look at. And that's what's fun to these people. It is seriously disgusting and it's seriously messed up. So if you can't handle that, do not read anything related to Dark Eldar or Dark Elves.
What does Zeus
do I have any non-franchise fantasy authors you recommend? By non-franchise, you mean like stuff that's not based on an IP already? I do recommend Brandon Sanderson, of course.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
With Sanderson, I think if you want a good starting point, read Mistborn. That's the easiest one to start with. If you start with The Way of Kings, it might be a bit too big, unless you're already really into fantasy. Then Way of Kings, it's just another big fantasy book, so it's not that difficult. But if you're not that used to big fantasy, then Mistborn is much more digestible, and it's an easy story to follow, and a good one as well. The villain in particular is most interesting. The premise of Mistborn is it's like a heist. It's a heist story. It's a fantasy heist story where they're just getting a bunch of people together to commit a heist, Ocean's 11 style, against this evil emperor. But the interesting thing is this story takes place after your standard fantasy where the hero is lost and the villain is won. So that the premise is basically take your typical fantasy story, group of heroes band together to fight the villain. Now imagine that the villain won that story. This takes place after that when a new group of people are trying to take down that villain, and they're doing so through a heist. That's the premise of Mistborn. And it has an absolutely awesome magic system. If there's one thing that Brandon Sanderson is known for, it's having the best magic systems in fantasy. And this one is all about metal. And so you ingest doses of different types of metal, and that allows you to use different powers. So if you ingest, I think it's lead, it makes you like really tough, so you can take an absolute beating. A different metal gives you sort of like magnetic powers where you can, rather than pulling objects to you, you can pull yourself to objects. It depends, like if the object is heavier than you pull yourself towards the object. If it's lighter than you, then you pull it towards yourself. And they use that to basically like Spider-Man swing around, sort of. Yeah. And so I think there's like 7 different metals with different powers, and it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Definitely a recommended starting point. Delcano, congrats on Twitch partner. Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome.
Joker. Come in, Joker. Damn it. That field's blocking us.
Yes, Lightbringer. I have not read that yet, but I'm interested.
VI, tell me about the field surrounding the facility.
Yes, I made Twitch partner. I forgot to mention it earlier on stream. But somebody noticed it and reminded me.
But am unable to determine the source.
What do you know about the
Alright. Enough tangents for a bit. We're going to get back to Mass Effect. But of course, if you want to talk about anything else or ask me any questions, feel free to post them in chat.
I want to know about Exogeny Corporation.
Book tier list stream soon. Yes. First, we've got to get to
In the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species.
So there are a couple of tier lists I want to do first. After Neolite, we'll do an event tier list, an Arknight's event tier list, because at that point I will have played every single event to completion. I want to do a operator theme tier lists. Then we need to do manga content, manga tier lists. We've got to do books tier list. We've got to do movies. We've got to do... With the movies, we might do it by different genres because there's a ton of movies. I also want to do TV shows, Korean dramas. We'll probably have to split it between US and British TV, Korean TV, maybe even throw in some Chinese and Japanese TV that I've seen. There's a lot to do. Isekai tier list is basically all trash tier. No, if we do an Isekai tier list, which we probably will do, I'll have to bring in the broader definition of Isekai and bring in some other stuff as well. 5 novels in the Lightbringer series. I haven't read any of them, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
Who's in charge here?
I'm just about to start fantasy series Melisande, Book of the Fallen. I bought that on audiobook the other day.
On-site management deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
This AI is not giving me any information I want.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small...
What did I think about the new Batman? I actually just watched that yesterday when it came out for streaming because I unfortunately, because I was sick. As you may recall, I was meant to go and watch it with my friend at that time. So we had the flooding, then I got sick, and then we had flooding again. So it was out of cinema by then, and instead we went and watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, which, by the way, I highly recommend. Not for kids, though. Everything Everywhere All at Once is a great movie. It's Kung Fu Hustle meets... basically, if you take Kung Fu Hustle and you turn it into a time travel story, that's Everything Everywhere. Highly recommend it. And then shortly after, Batman came out for streaming, and I watched that. I thought it was pretty good, though I don't think it justified its length. I think the new Batman, I don't know why it was 3 hours long. I don't feel like it justified being 3 hours long.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently...
Yeah, it was really the start. It was really the start that just... Like, for the point of the story to come into play, which is when he really started investigating the 2 main villains of Batman. I won't mention it just for people who want to go in blind, but when he properly starts investigating the 2 main villains, until then, it does feel just a bit too slow. That said, what I did really like about it, very positive aspect, Robert Pattinson as Batman was really good. I think he worked really well as a younger Batman. And the Batmobile was damn awesome.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature.
Have I seen Falling Down? I don't think so. Reminds me what's Falling Down about? The name sounds familiar, but it's perhaps a bit too generic for me to remember exactly.
These seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation.
Oh, when the Batmobile is first revealed and the flames come out the back, that was pretty cool.
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release
Also,
of survival,
what's it called?
It does trigger advanced behaviors
in Everything Everywhere.
But we have yet to discover whether it
there is a
capable of recognizing
so the premise of Everything Everywhere, for those who haven't seen it,
is sufficiently alien as to
the filming of that chase scene was done really well. That was really well done. Excellent. One of the best chase scenes I've seen in a while. The premise of Everything Everywhere is Michelle Yeoh is the protagonist. She's playing an older mother in a troubled marriage, trying to deal with her daughter as well, who has there's all sorts of like interpersonal drama, and then suddenly one day her husband transforms into another. He doesn't literally transform, like he mentally transforms into another version of her husband from an alternate timeline, and tells her that she's being hunted and the main villain is hunting down the different versions of her across all the different timelines, and she needs to basically fight it. I'm giving a very, very rough explanation of this. And so, what this means is that there's a lot of interplay between different versions of this universe. And in one of the versions, people don't have hands. Like, they don't have normal hands. They've got sausage fingers instead of regular fingers. But the world is exactly like our world for some reason. And these sausage fingers are so disgusting. I have a very low tolerance for cringe, right? For things that... I can't watch cringe videos very much. I can't make it through. I really squirm. Secondhand embarrassment for me is torture. It is absolute torture. And my friend loves to make me watch stuff that is mega cringe and just to see me squirm. And now, I didn't know this going into this film, but the sausage fingers thing is so uncomfortable, but so funny. And also, at the same time, so disgusting, which only makes it even funnier. You've got to watch it, at the very least, for the sausage finger scene. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Please access my personal files.
But yes, highly recommended film.
Research assistant, biomedical.
Super fun.
Security level 4 exemption.
And also, I recommend The Batman if you haven't seen it. Unless you don't like slow films, because it is a 3-hour movie.
These sanctions may be lifted if your next evaluation is more agreeable.
What triggered the probation?
You were marked as combative about the operations of the Zoo's Hope project, specifically regarding the handling of the infected colonists. As a result, you
okay, Mass Effect, what are we doing? Right, we're talking to this AI, which for some reason thinks we are someone else. I don't know how it, what's it called? Didn't realize that we are not who it thinks we are. Blah, blah, diplomatic advice, warning the foreign messages transmitted, etc. My fellow biotic, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us, few tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own world. Come, join us in the Hawking Eater cluster. Only as one body can we fight. Can we right the wrongs done to our kind. That's probably like a little side mission if I head to that planet later on. Borat? I couldn't finish that. I genuinely can't finish the... Okay, if you want perfect understanding of what I'm talking about with cringe, Borat is the exact sort of thing I'm talking about. I could not finish... So Borat 1, I had to skip certain scenes. Borat 2, I got about halfway after skipping several scenes, and I was just like, I can't do it. I can't take it anymore. I have to stop. It was just too painful. Where did we come from? Oh, Borat is hilarious. Don't get me wrong. It's so funny. But I can't handle the cringe. It makes me so uncomfortable. I just can't handle it. I can't do it. It's too difficult for me. I think we came from this way. That's the woman, right? Okay, so we're gonna go back up this way. I can't handle it. I am... It's the one weakness. I don't get scared by scary movies. To me, horror is not scary at all. Gore and violence don't really get to me. But cringe, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. So Manny, the unscripted parts, those are the parts that make it even more painful for me. The fact that it's unscripted just makes it even worse. These guys are worshipping the claw. Yeah, the unscripted parts, it just makes it even worse because I'm like, oh my god, I can't watch. It's pure torture.
How do we cut the power if it's coming from
It's
the
absolute torture.
It will be difficult. We can check the other claws for weakness.
Bruno, I couldn't finish that. When he's getting his rear end bleached, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. It's just It's just why? I just can't. I can't do it. I just... Oh. Even just thinking about it is making me uncomfortable. Oh, Jesus. Oh, crap. Hang on. Every time I try to fire, it just puts me back into cover. Stop zipping around. There we go. Right in the face.
Perimeter clear.
In This Is America, he tries to sell an idea to build a mega mosque to rednecks. That's Borat 2, right? Yeah, I don't think I got to that part. I'm pretty sure I noped out of it from the bit where he's at the rodeo. That was Borat 2, right? Where he goes to some rodeo or something. I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't. And I was skipping the parts where I couldn't handle it, and it just gets to a certain point where I'm like, I'm just skipping everything, I just can't do it. Allies, please tank these Krogan for me. Look at that, they both went down in one hit from that guy. Oh my god, hang on. There's another one.
Metagel deployed.
Hang on, I've got to revive my team.
Send me back here. My name on it.
There we go. Yeah.
I think we're good, Shepard.
Oh man. The I just Sacha Baron Cohen, the stuff he does is just insane. I did quite enjoy Ali G, the movie back in the day. Decryption skill too low? Nonsense. Let's see if I increase somebody else's decryption, will that qualify? Yes, I can do it. Someone else's decryption, perfect. Oh my god, look at this. Let's just mash our... Oh my god, it's gonna... No! Ah! I'm rushing it! There we go! Done. The Dictator was quite fun. That one I could sit through well enough. Because that was at the very least, because it was mostly scripted, it makes it much easier to handle. Okay, so... For me, I want a new shotgun. Oh, look at that.
This is the place.
Upgrade. Full metal
This is the place.
artisan. Thank you very much for the 4 gifted subs.
This is
3
the
gifted
place.
subs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And the subs went to Kuda, Kalion, Jimsy, and Arcanum Delta. Thank you very much for the subs. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And good morning to you too, Counterweight. Yes, transfer my upgrades, please. I haven't even taken care of... I think I've only installed 1 upgrade in this. But yes, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. What were we talking about? That's right, we're talking about the cringe. Yeah, the Dictator, I managed to get through that, and I managed to get through Ali G. Ali G was fairly cringy, but it was also really funny. Although, the scene at the end, when they open up the safe room, that was just... I lost it. I lost it. Grimsby, I have not seen that one. Although I didn't hear very good things about that. Oh yes, before I get blasted again, remember to save. That's a good idea. Thanks for reminding me. It's not a problem in Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 has got much better checkpointing. Right. Okay, so it's shotgun and then pistol. Did I get any upgrades in the pistol department? No, I didn't. Now, Garrus, any new sniper rifle? There's the Avenger 5, which does a lot more damage. That's the one that I wanted to give him before. Yeah, let's give him that. And then he's also got... Tally uses sniper rifle, assault rifles and shotguns, right? Yes, let's give her this one. Oh no, big damage. Hell yeah. Yeah, the weapon customization, yeah. I haven't done that. I think I've only customized one item in total, so let's take a moment to actually bother doing that now. Right, I think it's the X button. Alright, so the ammo upgrade. Let's... What do we really need? Whatever gives me the most damage. I want the big damage. Alright, there's a 5 over here. Adds toxic damage that poisons enemies. Or we can go... Stronger dot, shield bypass. Now let's just go for that. So now I've got poison bullets and... weapon stability, combat scanner, enemies that use jamming technology. Oh, so this bypasses jamming. No, that's fine. I don't care about that. Let's just put the weapon stability. And then my pistol. Flaming rounds. Now we just use this against organics. That's okay. And weapon stability. Now Garrus, sniper rifle. Let's give you weapon force. I don't know what that does, but it sounds like it could be cool. So let's do that. And then just more weapon stability, I suppose. And then Tally, she mainly uses the assault rifle, if I remember correctly. Right? Tally uses assault rifles, correct? It's assault rifles and shotguns, if I remember. Let me just check. Tally, where are you? Oh no, it's pistols and shotguns. Ah, not the assault rifle. I've been giving her the wrong equipment. So she's used the same equipment that I do, which is unfortunate. Right, so let's just give it... Yeah, it's fine. Right, let's do this. And we will... let's give her the shield bypass, because that might be useful in some cases. And then her pistol, let's just give her bonus damage against synthetics. And then more damage. So she can headshot some fools for big damage. Now, the fact that I gave her a, what's it called? An assault rifle. She's not going to use it, is she? Like, how can I tell what weapons they've got equipped? If that makes any sense. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Weapons deal more damage to enemies without shields. Oh, that's what Hammerhead does. Ah, right. Okay, that's perfect. That's what I want. Thank you very much, Toko. Thank you very much. Do I follow F1? The only thing I know of F1 is the memes. The memes are kind of unavoidable. Formula 1 is pretty big in Australia, because we've got one of the big Formula 1 races over here. Yeah, so how do I get her to not use sniper rifle? if that makes any sense. Is there a way to tell my squad mates just never use the weapons that you're not built for? Or do they just know not to do it? So she normally uses shotguns, but the thing is she's already got a shotgun equipped right there. And then she's already got a pistol equipped right there. She actually has something equipped in for every weapon. I know I can change the weapon specifically, but how do I get her to unequip this one? Like I want her to remove these two, if that makes any sense. I'm not seeing a button. Maybe is it right trigger? Oh no, that's the Omnigel. She probably just sticks to the weapons that she's actually built for. Surely. Oh, Uber, in the Legendary Edition, you can use any weapon. You just don't get talent points in that weapon. Have I gotten any new armor? No, she's still on the starter armor. What does this do? Increase biotic abilities. Unfortunately, biotic abilities are so painful to use that it's not really worth speccing for it. Oh, we've got some new armor for Garrus, which is actually quite good. Please don't look terrible. Thank you! He doesn't look like a skin suit titan. Look at this one. So yes, he no longer looks weird. We finally got some good armor for Garrus. I was intentionally leaving him on the weaker armor just to prevent him from looking so weird. I actually need to go bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Doctor.
Okay, I'm back. I refilled my water while I was up. I hope you all behaved while I was away. Right. Yeah, Mass Effect 2 was a huge improvement. Now, this is better than the original Mass Effect 1. They definitely... There are several things that I do certainly remember being worse when I originally played it. Have I played any Borderlands? I have played and finished Borderlands 1 or 2. I think it was 2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was number 2 that I played and finished with my friend. Delcana, are you stealing my sugar supply? You know there is no spare sugar to go around. We are under ration lockdown, and in my empire, with me as dictator, there is no spare sugar to go. No spare sugar whatsoever. Oberon, are you talking about Sigvald again? The guy who, the Slanesh guy that we were talking about before, who checks himself out in the middle of a fight? Delcano, I shall pass my judgment on the next pool session. We'll see. We'll see if I am merciful or not. Okay, let's spend my points. Right. So we've completely ignored my powers. I went for the Vanguard class, which is all about shotguns. So close combat with close combat weapons and close combat powers. Unfortunately, the powers are really, really clunky to use in Mass Effect 1. So we've kind of ignored them. However, getting barrier would actually be good, but it does require investment in warp all the way up here, which might be worth doing. But I feel like we can, if we pump this up, we'll get massive, we can just club people to death. And that would be pretty cool. Or we can just do more damage with our shotguns. And what does this one do? This final point over here. Few percent extra of shotgun damage and protection against psychic powers. No, let's just go for this. Let's pump this up. Hell yeah. Alright, maximum shotgun. And then we're going to try working on tactical armor so we're not so squishy. Bonk run. Yeah, I think at some point we will go full bonk. The problem is melee is very slow in this. Okay. That's us done. Garrus. Right, we've got maximum first aid. Electronics we don't need because we've already got somebody else with it. Decryption we don't need. Talia's got that. Let's just boost his sniper rifle power. More damage. I just want big damage. In the words of the lazy peon, always go for the big damage. And let's save. Alright. Shotguns. Is this where we came? This is where we came from, isn't it? I've just gone back around, haven't I? No. Up here. Right, so Talia's saying something about killing everyone. And now the perimeter's clear. Or are we done over here? I think we are. Are we done? Let me have a look. We need to destroy the claw that they were worshipping before. I think we just came here to collect that chest, which is a little underwhelming.
That's the last of them.
Okay, once again, she's acting like there's an enemy nearby. There isn't one hiding through this hole, is there? It's when I walk into this area. They're also not regenerating as well, my allies. I'm pretty sure they tend to regenerate once a fight is over, don't they? Isn't that a shotgun? Or is that an assault rifle? She should be using shotguns and pistols. No, she's not using the shotgun like I want her to. So let's just equip. Yes. And then equip this again. And then equip. And then equip. Right. Hopefully that fixes it. I don't know how to unequip stuff from my allies, to be honest. I think the AI should just be smart enough to not use weapons that aren't ideal for them. I have a feel like I'm not going the right way. And I'm a little lost. Also, I don't know why Garrus is not healing. Can I just force him to heal? No, I can't. Oh, hang on, we're getting jammed, which means we must be going the right way.
I smell trouble.
Yep, here we go. Was there a Spider-Man? I think Garrus shot him down. Yeah, there he is. Ass in the air. And your poison ammo is working well. Confidential. The test samples were due to arrive 3 days ago, but we haven't heard anything from the colony or the cargo vessel. We suspect the samples became volatile. Recommend cutting off all further contact with the colony. Even if the colony is discovered, no one should be able to trace the events there back to us. Ha! You thought wrong. Head down, bottoms up.
Take out those hostiles.
Again, they're acting like there's enemies nearby, but I don't know where there are enemies. Is there something I'm missing? Am I supposed to be able to go somewhere here, or do I just go back? Nope, nothing to interact with over there. Ah, there's a ramp over here. Ah, of course.
Same as before. We don't have the ordnance to blow this claw. Let's keep looking.
It's the giant Reaper Claw that they were worshipping earlier. Can I use their shields against them?
Shields down.
There we go. Shot in the stomach, even though he doesn't have one. Decryption too low. Oh, come on. Do I have enough? No. No level up yet. We might get it later. Yeah, I think you might be right. They don't heal as long as it's being jammed, or maybe technically this whole area counts as like one encounter. You find a repair ticket attached to the console with the damn door to the shuttle bay. Servo subs, thank you for the follow. It's fried again. Works fine if PSI is 30 or lower. Safety shelves 30 above 34. Right. Okay. Let's decrypt this. Ah, stuck. There we go. Private log. I don't trust the Cerberus group. Foreshadowing for Mass Effect 2. They may pay us well, but if this gets out before we've developed an antidote, it's just not smart. They won't tell us what they want the samples for or why they want them delivered to the Metano system. Our records show nothing of interest out there. The Elusive Man is definitely one of the coolest characters. Okay, so we needed a PSI of between 31 and 34. Was it? So 24. That's, we do those two. That's 30. That's too big. So if we do, right. So we've got an options of 5, 7, 17, 11, 13. So we've got 24 plus 7. That's 31. That should be okay. There we go. Thank you, Rinarin. Thank you very much. Welcome. Being a Twitch partner means you get more priority on the different quality settings when streaming. You also get extra revenue options with the ads. I think you also get a bigger share of subs or something like that. Or of ads, I don't remember. Also, you get access to, I think, more viewer rewards. I haven't really looked into it.
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
I should really look into it.
Keep those colonists away from the Normandy. Gun them down if you have to.
Will do, Commander. We'll fire off a few warning shots. That should set them running.
We're leaving.
You can't stream on another platform, even at affiliate level. Still haven't leveled, so we can't. Too fast. There we go. You get a cool check mark next to your name. Take all. Alright, so I think now we go back. Destroy the guest ship. Alright, we've got to go back to the woman that we met before. The doctor. So we're going to have to leave that Geth terminal, unfortunately. Oh, something over here. Oh my god. Get out of the way. People do multi-stream, but at affiliate at affiliate level, technically you're not meant to. Thing is though, affiliates generally aren't that big, that higher level streamer, so Twitch probably doesn't really care or notice. But if you got bigger, say you got to, you know, 1,000 regular viewers and you were still multi-streaming, they'd probably crack down on it. That would be my guess. Right, so how did I get here? So, from my perspective, some of this is really dark and I just can't see properly. Here's the ramp. There we go. Alright, so we destroyed the claw. And now we're just going to run all the way back. Surely the barrier shortcut will be open by now. Yes, this is where the barrier was. Oh.
There you are.
Right here.
We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
Green screen plus cam setup. Also, can we expect a hot tub stream soon? Ooh, I think if I did a hot tub stream, ooh, I think there might be a few too many fainting people. My microphone, well, actually my microphone is already here. It's official. Amazon UK ships faster than Amazon US. Because I ordered from the microphone plus the microphone and the green screen are from Amazon UK. The audio interface, the audio arm and the camera, the webcam, are from Amazon US. Ordered at the same time. They said they were going to arrive the same day, which was the 4th of May, I think. The UK stuff has already arrived, way ahead of time. The US stuff is likely to arrive in less than 2 weeks. Hot tub tier list.
You said you didn't know about the Thorian. I don't like
Okay.
being lied to.
What's the deal with sleep streams? Do people actually like to watch sleep streams? I don't get it.
I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message.
I don't understand.
I never meant for this to happen.
Just tell me where I can find the Thorian.
Like, what do people do? Do they just watch the person sleep?
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's house.
Because that's kind of boring to me.
Blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
Man,
What bothers me is why the Geth were after the Thorian.
for me, I have such poor sleep. Sleep is my #1 enemy. That I don't think I could do it because for me, it wouldn't be worth the strain, the mental strain. Because sleep is already bad enough for me. Although I suppose my stream might be so my sleeping is so bad that streaming it would probably make no difference because it's already bad enough.
You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help.
I don't use Alexa or Google Home or anything like that. It would be very dumb to leave something like that on. Wait, Trash Taste did a sleep stream? Oh yeah, didn't they do a 24-hour stream? I don't think I got around to watching that. Okay, we just go back to the car. Speak with the refugees, blah blah. So we're gonna go back to the start. When do the tins of Game Boy water ship out? Yeah, Connor did a sleep stream and people kept messing with him and he got really annoyed, which to me sort of seems like it defeats the point of the sleep stream if the whole thing is meant to be just annoying the streamer. Let's save before we go any further. Yay, we leveled up. Let's get some serious airtime. Woo! See, that's another thing for me that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit, is when a stream is... See, I understand, like, with, you know, when Asmongold watches people's videos and he provides, like, so much commentary that a 20-minute video, the VOD for him watching a 20-minute video stretches out to, like, an hour and a half. To me, I think that's fine. You know, but if someone's sleeping and people are just media sharing, that's just other people's content for nothing in return, really. Like, no effort on the streamer's part. You know? And that kind of bothers me. I do like watching and discussing other people's videos, but just sitting there letting it play, contributing nothing of your own, to me is just kind of scummy.
Stop! Stop! They're over!
Like, a little bit is fine, but if it's, you know, 8 hours of sleep and 8 hours of other people's content, it's just a little weird. Oh, hang on. Gotta go over here.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up. Let me think.
Oh, it's the crazy guy.
What's going
Is it?
on? You
Or is
won't
it?
get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
I know. It's not that crazy guy, it's the other crazy guy.
Come out where I can see you! All of you!
Let's shoot him. Please let me shoot him. Oh,
Shepard.
just give me the option.
I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the Exogeny database. I know it happened on a cruise. This doesn't have to end like that.
Not this time, Jong. You need to back down and let them go.
You don't
To me, a
understand?
good React video is what Asmongold does, where there's a lot of discussion that he brings to it.
This is a human colony, John.
That's
You can't
interesting to me.
repurpose us.
But someone who just sits there going, yeah, I agree, you know,
Far more valuable
that's
than
just
a few colonists.
a waste.
Are you gonna tell them about the Thorian, or should I?
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
Oh, I can't pick this option. I'm not evil enough.
You've gone way too far. This ends now.
Too much Paragon
That's
goodness.
the way it has to be? Heck, come on, come on!
Oh no, I still shot him.
As if we don't have enough problems. Now we're shooting each other in the back.
Woman, I just saved your life.
I knew
Stop
what was going
whining.
on, and I didn't do anything.
He was gonna kill you. Jesus
Don't you
Christ.
start. You do good work, and you know it.
Save people's lives and they still whine about it.
I need to find out why the Geth are after the Thorian.
The colonists won't let you near the Thorian. They die first. They're under its control.
Anything that gets between me and my goal is fair game.
There's gotta be another way.
True crime react streams. I've not seen that.
There is.
If you like true crime,
To neutralize the colonists.
I have a show recommendation for you.
Releasing clouds of nerve
It's
gas
called
doesn't seem
Only
like a
Murders in
particularly
the
good
Building.
idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The
Excellent,
insecticide
excellent
used in
TV show.
rollouts contains trace amounts of tetraclopine.
It stars Martin Short and Steve Martin and Selena Gomez.
Might be able to adapt a concussion.
Selena Gomez is, despite all things, pretty good in that show. So the premise of Only Murders in the Building is there's this old classic New York apartment high-rise where a whole bunch of quirky characters live, and 3 of them are obsessed with true crime, and they all listen to the same true crime podcast. And then one day, someone, a guy in the building kills himself. And they obviously suspect that it wasn't suicide, that he was actually murdered. So they start investigating the murder themselves and create their own true crime podcast covering their investigation. It is fantastic. So entertaining. Absolutely love that show. Highly recommended to everyone.
I'm not doing it.
At least take the grenades, so you have the option.
Do the right thing, Commander. Please. We'll stay out of your way until you clear a path.
You can survive
It's called Only Murders in the Building. It's the name of the podcasts that they create because the premise of their podcast is that they only investigate and cover the story for murders in their building. Now, of course, you're thinking, hang on, that's very pessimistic because there's one murder. Are they assuming there's going to be a whole bunch of murders for them to investigate? Already, the name itself just makes you laugh. It's fantastic. Right, so it was saying that I can equip these special grenades, but I have no idea where to do that. But also, I think it's the Paragon option to save them. Okay, we've got some more level ups. Right. What do I want to level up? Let's stop being so squishy. Alright, we're gonna get that. Then with you, I want to get more sniper rifle. And then with you, let's get more decryption. Yeah, Only Murders in the Building was one of the surprise hits for me.
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
Everybody wants something. Hurry up about it.
Fair enough. I need to retrieve some data.
Oh, there was that one video, Oberon. There was that one video where it's that kid who's faking to be insane. And it's like a 1.5 hour video, and the guy goes through talking about how you can tell that he's faking. Like, even though, obviously, when there's no one in the room, you can very clearly see that he's no longer keeping up the act. But even when he's got the act on, you can tell. Like, he explains how, yeah, I think it's JCS. He explains how even if you didn't have the footage of when you're out of the room, you can tell how this person's faking. That video went mega viral. I remember watching it when it was, what, 100,000 views, when it just started spreading. And then a week later, it had something like 20 million views or whatever. It was just ridiculous.
I'm listening.
Good. Good.
What is it about you that makes people assume?
I think I've already done this before.
All you need to do is find my console at ExoGeni headquarters and drop the.
Oh, this is the one that we couldn't hack.
It's that simple.
You're awfully quick to
Have you
trust.
seen anyone
I'll look
else?
around if I get the chance.
Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's the one that we couldn't hack before. Yeah, they're really engaging videos when they talk about that. Now, of course, the one thing to keep in mind is, maybe not that video specifically, but there are a lot of videos of people who claim to be experts about specifically psychology, and psychology is a very, very, very complex topic and complex area of study. And so there's a lot of people who claim to know what they're talking about, and they've got no idea. They're just totally full of it. That's a side mission. Side mission. Side mission. Yeah, this is the thing the guy told us to investigate. Now, we have leveled up her hacking, so we might actually be able to get it, but I don't know if I can be bothered going back. I am curious. Alright, let's go back. If there are no enemies, it'll take us hopefully 2 seconds if I don't get lost, which is, granted, a very big ask with my navigational skills. Whoa. You should watch the after party if you like murder mysteries too. Oh, the after party, is it a fiction TV show? Oh, look at that flip. Look at that. Look at that skid. All right, how do we get out of this? I'm holding down the A button, which is the jump boost. Oh crap. It's only getting worse. Oh, there we go. We're back to normal. After party. I'll definitely check that out. We're no longer playing Mass Effect, we're playing Tony Hawk.
I'm on my way.
Oh, they still haven't healed. Look at that. Tokyo Drift Mass Effect Edition. True. Right, there was that shortcut back over here, wasn't there? Actually, we never came and visited this bit. Or, no, this is where we came in at the end afterwards. Yeah, that's right. So that means we should be able to get very quickly back to that computer. And hopefully, our hacking is now good enough that we can access it. It should be 3 hours and 15 minutes until stream? Until CN live stream? Or is it 3 hours... 2 hours 45 minutes? Speaking of murder mysteries, here's another thing to talk about. Since we're talking about books before, and TV shows. One of my favorite TV shows and favorite book series of all time. This gets a 10 out of 10 recommendation from me. The Poirot series by Agatha Christie. Both all the books and the Poirot series, specifically the one that adapted every single one of his books, starring David Suchet. Absolutely amazing. The series, I believe they filmed every episode over, was it like 18 or 20 years? Each episode, especially after a few seasons, each episode is like a movie of its own. And Poirot is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Both the original books and those adaptations are perfect. Absolutely perfect. David Suchet's performance is one of the best performances I've seen for any character ever. You can start with any episode, but if you want to, because it's got made over such a long period of time, the earlier content looks quite old, and you look at the new stuff and it looks very modern in terms of, you know, film quality. Poirot, P-O-I-R... Hang on. I should know this considering it's a French name. French-Belgian. P-O-I-R-O-T. I'm pretty sure that's how it's spelled. And you're specifically, if you go on IMDb and you look for Poirot, it'll be the highest rated one there because it's a really highly rated series. And I recommend if you want to just watch one episode just to get a sense for it, I recommend checking out. So the most famous ones are obviously Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Watch any of those. Death on the Nile is a good one. That one's sort of happened around the middle of the series, so it's not too modern and it's not too old. So that's a good one to look at. Also, there's one I don't remember. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's set in, I think it's Egypt. They're at an excavation dig site, and this nasty old woman gets murdered out in the sun. It's called something in Mesopotamia, I think. Murder in Mesopotamia? Oh, I can't remember the titles. ABC Murders is fantastic as well. Now, obviously, being murder mysteries, don't look at any of the stories. Just go into them blind if you can. because Agatha Christie is the pioneer of every murder mystery plot twists that you can think of. And there are some really good ones out there. Oh, Poirot, man. Just the way he just fusses about the little things and his little mannerisms. How he brings out... Whenever he has to sit somewhere where it's slightly unclean, he brings out his little handkerchief. The handkerchief is like a... I don't know... smaller than a mouse pad. He puts that down and then he sits on top of it. It's so funny. But yeah. And Then There Were None is not a Poirot story, but it is an Agatha Christie story. Highly recommend watching And Then There Were None. Once again, especially with And Then There Were None, do not look up the story, go in blind. But more than that, watch the original version of the film, the old black and white film. Watch the recent miniseries from, I think it was a BBC miniseries, and read the book. Why? All three versions are different. Because it's got such a famous twist to it, what they've done with the different versions is they've changed the twist. And it makes it even better when you've seen the other versions. It's so well done. It's so good. Highly recommended. And yes, definitely read the books. There's also audiobooks for all the Poirot ones. There's a couple that are read by David Suchet, but most of them are read by the actor who plays his best friend. Oh god, how am I blanking on his name? It's the tip of my tongue. For whatever reason, I've got the character from Blackadder stuck in my head, Captain Darling. It's obviously not Captain Darling. His name is... What's Poirot's best friend called? Captain Hastings. Captain Hastings, that's it. It's read by the actor for Captain Hastings. Yeah, so there's some great audiobooks as well. And what I like to do, so I've watched the entire series maybe 3 times through. And the third time I watched it, what I did is I would listen to the audiobook of an episode, and then I'd watch the episode. And then I'd listen to the next audiobook, and then watch the episode. And I did that for the entire series. There was about a 2-month long period where it was listening or watching Poirot pretty much non-stop. I love that series so much. Okay, according to the data retrieved from this console, the Geth are preparing for a major offensive in Citadel space. The information is accurate. They're amassing a significant force somewhere in the Armstrong Nebula. Is this the info that this guy needed? No, it isn't. We've got to find somewhere else. That's another side quest. Good lord. But yeah, Poirot is just phenomenal. So good. And then, once you're done with Poirot, you should watch Miss Marple. Not as good as Poirot. Not as good, but still excellent. The vibe of the series is very similar to the Poirot series. Now, Miss Marple is just this old lady who sticks her nose into other people's business and investigates crimes. It's great. I am going the right way, yeah? Okay, so if that wasn't there, then where the hell is that console that we needed to find for that guy? Yeah, Miss Marple is just this sweet old lady. But that's what allows her to get away with poking her nose in people's business. Because everybody just goes, oh, it's just a sweet old lady. And she just pretends to, you know, not know what you're talking about or whatever. And then she figures out that you're a murderer. Right, so Would there be a quest marker if that computer was around here? I don't know if... It's in the Exogeny base. That's where we are right now, isn't it? Yeah, we're in the Exogeny main level. Oberon's Paradox, speaking of that premise, if it weren't for those meddling pensioners, the most recent book I finished reading just the other week was Thursday Murder Club by Richard Osman. Oh, this was that dead end, wasn't it? Nothing to find over here. So Thursday Murder Club is set in a retirement village where a group of pensioners get together and they create a their own murder investigation club on Thursdays. And they investigate a murder that happened in the village. And they're all old, and the main character, she uses the fact that people see old people as just like, you know, sort of lost their mind in order to get information that she wants. So that, for instance, she'll go talk to the police and be like, oh, I heard about that murder the other day. Do you know anything about it? And people are like, oh, it's just an old lady, you know. There's no harm in telling her. And she'll just go, oh, do go on. Do give me the details. Or whatever. And people just spill the beans, give all this confidential information, because they think, oh, it's just this batty old woman. What's she gonna do with it? It's great. It's so funny. But yes, recommended. Thursday Murder Club, and then there's the sequel, which I haven't read yet, called I think it's The Man Who Died Twice. Thursday Murder Club was also the best-selling book last year in the UK. And The Man Who Died Twice was also in the top 5. So Richard Osman, 2 books in the top 5 UK bestsellers, which is a very, very impressive feat. Very impressive. His books are hugely popular. And I believe, if I recall correctly, in Australia it was in the top 10. Thursday Murder Club.
Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
So...
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
That's not the guy that we're looking for. And there's once again, I listened to it in audiobook. The audiobook for the Thursday Murder Club is really good. It's read by this woman who does a really good voice for the old ladies.
This place seems almost peaceful. Do you think the Geth were using this room as some kind of religious temple?
The Geth blur the line between organic and synthetic life.
Oh, we totally missed this little story bit.
They seek understanding from a higher power.
Yeah, the Geth are really weird. They're robots, but they have a sort of religion to them.
This place seems almost peaceful. Do you think the Geth were using this room as some kind
It's
of
really
religious
quite weird.
The Geth blur the line between organic and synthetic life. It's
Okay.
natural to assume
We're still trying to find that damn console. If we don't find it soon, I'm just gonna leave it. It's probably just a minor reward. If anybody knows where it is and wants to tell me, I'm all ears. Man, I love murder mysteries. So my top 3 genres of books. My top 3 genres of books to read are sci-fi fantasy, murder mysteries, specifically cozy murder mysteries, which is the Agatha Christie style, and period romances. Now, I'm sure to many of you that's come out of left field, that I love period romances, but man, am I a sucker for a good period romance. My favorite book of all time, and not to give it away too much on the book tier list, but my favorite book of all time is Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, I don't know where this console is. I'm not seeing anything that I've missed. I swear I've interacted with everything. Gratz Ventus. My bagpipe is still only M2 because I'm waiting for the Loxic farm. I don't think I've been up here before. Is there anything up here? No. But yes, I love Pride and Prejudice. both the book and the BBC miniseries starring Colin Firth and Jennifer Ely. I have a massive, massive crush on Jennifer Ely. Okay, so I have no idea. I have no idea where this thing is. Maybe we have to talk to the guy, the hologram, and he gives us the info. That can't be right. Blah blah blah. I don't think so. It doesn't sound like it. Oh man, I would love to cosplay as a you know, one of those rich guys, and then get a portrait done. That would be so much fun. I don't care if it's pretentious. I would totally do it. I totally would. Okay, I don't know where this is. I really don't know where this is. There's surely there would be on the map a marker telling me where it is. We can go up a floor or down a floor, but it doesn't feel like it makes a difference because I'm not seeing any. So there's that marker over there, right? Let's go towards that marker that we already resolved, which is up this. I always miss it. Hang on, where is it? Isn't there a ramp somewhere around here? Yeah, up here. But I swear the fact that it's X'd out just means that we've already done it. And there's nothing to do. No, nothing to interact there, nothing there. So you'd think it'd be one of these things over here, but it's not. Cosplays to do, yeah. I mean, funny enough, it actually wouldn't be that difficult to do, you know, a good a Victorian cosplay like that, because it's not crazy difficult. It'd be much easier to do than, you know, a fantasy character, because it is, you know, real clothing. No, nothing. And then this is that dead end, nothing. So, see, there's this marker over here, but this is just this bit that we've interacted with, and the fact that it's crossed out means it's resolved. So, yeah, I don't know where this is. I'm just gonna head out. Let's just leave it. Okay, right, now I've got to remember once again how to get out of here. Up the ramp. It's always the ramp that I forget. Okay. Yes, it's around this corner over here. Over here, over here. Down this way. You know, fashion comes and goes. I'm sure at some point in the future, we'll probably get a mix of modern plus, you know, Victorian Georgian as the fashion of the day. It's inevitable. Who knows if it will be in our lifetime though. Okay. Forget that console. Let's get out of here. Well, it depends where you live. If you live in England, where it's from, it never gets that hot. So I often get mistaken for being British because of my accent is not very Australian. But to British people, I don't really sound British. It's mainly people who are from other countries that mistake it. Funnily enough, the first time I ever went to England, it was right in the middle of the worst heat wave that they'd ever experienced. The funny thing is, this crazy heat wave was like 30 degrees and Celsius, by the way, 30 degrees Celsius, which is nothing. That's not a heat wave. But because England is not equipped for it, it was absolute madness. And all my life I'd heard about how England is cold and rainy all the time. The one time I go there, it's the hottest period in like 50 years. It was sun 24/7 for the 2 weeks I was there. Ventus, I don't know if the 6-star selector has the set expiration date. I'm pretty sure it does have the set expiration date. Somebody else, last time that came up, somebody mentioned that it does. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Okay, what was I doing? I was headed back for the main mission, which was... Return to Zoo's Hopes. That's the place we started. Man, it's so hard to control this damn vehicle in anything but a straight line. It feels so slippery. There we go. Goodbye. Snapdragon says, speaking as an Englishman, 30 degrees is practically the temperature of the sun, and I melt in it. That is exactly as the newspapers were describing it when I was there. And welcome. Oh, Internet Historian sounds way more Australian than I do. To me, he also sounds a little bit New Zealand. But then again, New Zealand does sound a little similar to Australian. So with New Zealanders, what you need to do is you need to get them to say fish and chips and the number 6. If you ever meet a New Zealander, try to sneak into a conversation to get them to say fish and chips and the number 6. Or shed. The word shed. It's always entertaining.
It certainly wasn't human.
I want a clean sweep. Nothing hostile lives to take a second shot.
What about the nerve grenades we acquired? We could potentially incapacitate the colonists.
We don't have time to waste on these people. There's a galaxy at stake.
Very well. It is regrettable, but it is your decision.
Whee! They do no damage to me. We are currently killing the Mass Effect equivalent of zombies. They're all infected. The city... what was it that Arthas, that true hero of Warcraft said? Arthas, this city must be purged. Hang on. Where's the way through? There's a door. Arthas did nothing wrong. But genuinely, if you do think about it, like, what was he meant to do? Let everybody just become the undead? Can I just blast this door open? No, I can't. Okay, how do I get through? Oh, hang on, there's an enemy behind us. Okay, I think now we can get through the door. Yep.
I think we're good, Commander.
I'm really disappointed that the Warcraft 3 remaster was absolutely awful. I wanted to replay that game with, you know, modern improvements. The old one for me is just a little bit too clunky to play. Right in the ass. Have you seen the Enforcer showcase where he pushes enemies behind him?
We got them all, Shepard.
Oh, you're talking about Arknights. I thought you were talking about Mass Effect. There's a knockback effect. No, I haven't. Whoops. Whoops. I'm so bad at using the grenades. Alright, last one. There we go. Dead behind the barrier.
We've got to move one of those cargo blocks.
Okay. Grenades are back, thank you. Oh, hang on, we're back. Oh, we're killing the people here. I didn't think we'd be killing everyone back over here. I thought it was a separate area. Siren are in. Stream's just in a few hours. Okay, let's heal. Oh my god, that's a lot of zombies. That zombie's stuck. Whoops. I keep mashing the button to explode the grenade, and then it just launches another grenade right away. Oh, that guy finally woke up. Oh, it's so satisfying to see them explode like that. Do you think the co-op Arknights thing will come back? Yeah, I'm sure it will, with a lot of improvements. Similar to how, you know, they did Integrated Strategy 1 temporarily, and then they brought it back as a full thing. Warlock was my favorite class in World of Warcraft. Right, so there's still one enemy alive. Oh, he's stuck in the tank. Look at him. Look at this loser. Oh no, now I'm stuck. I'm the loser. I can't move. No, I am done with World of Warcraft forever, basically. I regretted how much time I put into, I can't move. I'm literally trying every button. I regretted how much time how much time I put into Classic. I should have only played like a month for launch, but I put over a year into it. And honestly, at least 12 of those months felt like a waste of my time. I have played every mainline Final Fantasy game. Once I figure out how to get out of this, I'll talk about some Final Fantasy stuff in a sec. Oh, Arknights co-op. Yeah, I don't mind. If the Arknights co-op comes back, we can definitely do that on the stream. I'll even do my main and alt account at the same time. Right, so I literally can't do anything. No button works. The only buttons that do anything is the team commands. Oh, hang on, hang on. I just mashed every button and something popped me out. I'm a genius. My genius is staggering. Oh, that's so good. Now there's a bunch of sound effects going on, and I don't know what they're for. So there's an enemy stuck in this wall, and I'm pretty sure I can't progress because I have to kill this enemy. I think that's hitting him. There we go. Gareth shot him through the wall. And now I'm back out again. There we go! This is brilliant. Okay, now we can use the crane. That was so good.
I tried to fight it, but it gets in your head.
Oh, this is the... Is this the insane guy? No. Oh, no, this was the head of the colony.
It wants me to...
I love John Tron. His content is hilarious. He doesn't make enough videos. Okay, so we lifted that, which means we can go this way. Why is it still highlighting? Minimize casualties. Well, I minimized my own casualties, if that's of any consolation to you. Stronger pistol? Yes, please. Garrus, do I have a new sniper rifle for you? No. And then Tali. Yes, this one. And then a new pistol. No, let's go this one. Make him sing based, a channel point system sound. Yes, we're talking about Final Fantasy. So I have played, now not finished, but I've played every mainline Final Fantasy. Did not like 1, 2, or 3. They're all way too outdated. 4 was okay, but I couldn't get through it. It's too long and a bit too outdated. Sort of the same story with 5 and 6. They're just old RPGs plus 32 Renegade points. Jesus Christ. That was a lot. Oh my god. I'm in it. Yeah, so the early Final Fantasy stuff, it's fun for a bit, the Super Nintendo era ones, but they're really long, and a lot of these older RPGs, stuff that basically isn't Persona, or like Persona, or Golden Sun, just doesn't age very well. So if you're not a mega fan of it, like me, because I'm not a mega Final Fantasy fan, I don't think Final Fantasy writing is particularly great for the most part.
And determine what it...
So it's difficult for me to get through them.
What is that?
And yeah, I have zero nostalgia factor for any Final Fantasy. That's the thing.
Nothing's ever simple, is it?
I don't have any, childhood attachment to any of the Final Fantasy games. And good luck with your studies, Full Metal. Final Fantasy VII, again, that's one where I tried playing it years later, and it was really outdated. And then they announced the remake, what feels like 10 years ago. And so I thought, I'll just wait for the remake. And I would actually like to stream the remake of Final Fantasy VII.
Invaders.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Is a transgression.
1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren.
This is so creepy.
You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
You enslaved the colonists. You destroyed their minds.
Yeah, I'll definitely stream
what
that
Saren wanted with you,
before
but I
long.
just want you dead.
I do really want to play it.
Thorian is a piece of this world, extending
Final
across the
Fantasy
land
VIII,
back through the ages.
I'll be honest with you, and I'm sorry to any Final Fantasy VIII fans, the story, the writing, the characters are absolutely atrocious. And I don't mean to shit on people's feelings, but when people say, "Oh my god, the end is so sad," when that song comes on, it makes me cry every time. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. How can you be attached to these characters? They're so empty and soulless and dead. There's nothing to them. I'm really sorry, but I just think it's really rubbish. Yes, so I'm not a fan at all of Final Fantasy VIII. Not at all. Final Fantasy IX, that is one where I played it for a little bit, and then I sort of just forgot about it, and I pretty much don't remember anything of 9. So I've been meaning to go back to that, purely on ProZD's recommendation. Actually, we'll very quickly watch one of ProZD's greatest videos, related to Final Fantasy IX. It's this video is titled "A Special Message from the Creator of Final Fantasy."
Hey, I'm here with Hironobu Sakaguchi-san, the creator of Final Fantasy, and he has something very important to say.
I like 9, of course.
Final Fantasy IX is the best. Well, you heard it here from the man himself, so here you go. And so the debate is finally over. You heard it from the man himself. Done.
I love ProZD, one of my favorite YouTubers. Great voice actor as well. His King Dragon cinematic universe and his Cherem anime cinematic universe are both fantastic. I've watched those skit videos at least a half dozen times each. So yes, purely based on his love of Final Fantasy IX, I've been meaning to go back and replay it. I'm secretly hoping that they just remake it and I can play a more modern version, because I have a feeling some of the systems are going to be outdated, because Final Fantasy X, which was the first Final Fantasy that I ever played. So to give you an idea of when I got into Final Fantasy, was the first one I played and finished was Final Fantasy X, and that game was already outdated by the time I played Final Fantasy X. So that gives you an idea of how little nostalgia factor I have for Final Fantasy. Then I played 12. Not 12, 10-2, sorry. That one had improvements to the gameplay, but the story was just, what? And the constant dress changes was just hilarious. Then Final Fantasy XI, that was the MMO that I barely touched. Considering it was an MMO. Then there was Final Fantasy XII, which was probably the worst one I ever played in terms of gameplay. Final Fantasy XII's gameplay was so boring. Automating everything was the worst idea. And also, I don't know why they made the decision to put that little shit van as the protagonist, instead of just making Balthier the protagonist. They had to have that kid appeal. And I don't know why. I don't know why they needed that kid appeal.
We've stung. I'm sure of that. We need to find more of these.
him and her name was Penelope or Penello or whatever it was. They're completely useless to the story. They're completely pointless characters. You can, it's very obvious that they were added in at the 11th hour to have more appeal to a younger audience. Yeah, the Sky Captain, right? Wasn't his name Balthier? Or was it? Or am I getting confused with another character? The Sky Captain dude with the furry rabbit woman. He totally feels like he's the protagonist, but instead it's this annoying little kid where you have to spend like 5 hours at the start of the game with him before the actual story starts, and the kid is irrelevant to the story. Yes, the framed knights. Actually, one thing that Final Fantasy XII did do really well is that opening bit. You know, before the guy gets framed. That was a really cool moment of the game. That got me really excited. Like, think about it. You've got this opening bit where it's really exciting, it's very intense, just all this crazy shit's going on, the palace is getting attacked, and then it ends with you getting framed for everything that happened. It's like, goddamn, what a great setup to a story. Cut to annoying little kid and his dumb friend on the streets of the city. Why? Complete rubbish. Oh man, I was just so disappointed by that. Also, why can't I preemptively shoot these guys? Oh, she wakes them up. Jesus. Alright, let's move over here, just so we don't get stabbed in the back. Wait, why do I have a sniper rifle equipped? Oh, that was when I was button mashing before to try and get out of the, the container. I finally, by the way, equipped my shotgun power, and it just incinerated her. It literally just one-shot that woman. There we go.
We got them all, Shepard.
Yeah. Funny enough, I was having this conversation with my friend the other day about where too many stories are obsessed with having like the audience surrogate. You know, like the everyman the audience can relate to. And quite often, those kinds of characters, if not done well, are very boring. And oh, I love how I can just hack in the middle of a fight. And there's too many stories where they just think they have to have it, and if they don't have it, the story's not going to work, you know? You can just
Think we got him, Commander.
get better world building, better writing. People don't need like a normal boring guy every single time, you know? And have I played Final Fantasy 13? Yes, I have. And I almost marathoned that game because it was such an easy game to marathon because it took so little effort. The combat system was pretty decent, but the fact that it was all hallways is hilarious. There we go.
All targets down.
Tower is charging. It was surprising to read again. Read what again? Yeah, the AI controls in 13 were definitely a lot better than in 12. Wait, what am I doing? No, I need this. I need more gel. I'm out of final hallway. Yeah, I know. I get the joke. Final Fantasy 13 was just a bunch of hallways. Or am I missing something that you're trying to say instead? How many times are they gonna have to teach this Asari a lesson? Just stay dead. Oh, you're referencing the Jontron bits. I don't remember that. It's been a while. Main thing I always think about, the first thing I think of with Jontron is the flex tape. So many zombies. Good lord. Just die already. Flex tape was just amazing. And the crazy thing is that it's a genuinely good product. Okay, finally, got some gel. I can heal myself. Oh, she's back.
Shields down.
And she's dead. I don't think I've seen the trailer for Final Fantasy 16, is it?
Perimeter clear.
Oops.
Commander, we're on the right track.
Oh, that screaming is creepy. Hang on, he's shooting upwards. Why is he shooting? I can see there's enemies on the radar. This is really unnerving. That screeching is really creepy. Ah, damn it, mister. Oh no! Oh no! Please don't tell me we're gonna have to do this whole thing again. Right, Final Fantasy. So Final Fantasy 13. Oh man. The worst part about Final Fantasy... People complain about the hallways. The worst part about Final Fantasy 13, by far, was the story. That story was so god-awful. The fal'Cie and the l'Cie and all this nonsense and the dialogue. Oh my god, now, Final Fantasy dialogue in general is pretty garbage on an average day. But that Final Fantasy 13 writing was another level of bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just that dude voiced by what's his face? The guy who voiced Joel from Troy Baker. The character that Troy Baker played, and how every time he would talk about, he had this one catchphrase that he just kept saying over and over. What was it? And it was just like, oh my god. Oh, it was so painful. It was so painful. That Final Fantasy 13 writing is just so bad. Anybody remember a guy who has really fallen from grace since his heyday? But there was a guy called Spoony from the early days of internet reviews. He did very long videos reviewing Final Fantasy 10, 13, and 8. I can't remember exactly all of them that he did, but he did quite a few of them. And those videos were super entertaining. And if you want a good recap of just how bad some of the writing is, you just gotta watch those videos. Oh, come on, it missed? Lids Vids. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We are playing Mass Effect. And I'm trying not to die. And I'm trying to remember what my button is. This one. Alright, get back up, please. Thank you. Fang did have a cool design. And she's also one of the few Australian characters in video games for a non-Australian game. Well, she's not actually Australian, because obviously Australia doesn't exist in that world. But she had an Australian accent. Ah, well, I'm on Mass Effect 1 and I'm doing the whole trilogy. It's going to take a while though. But very much enjoying it after having not played it for a very long time. Yeah, Fang had a really cool design. That's one of the things. There were some good visual elements to Final Fantasy 13, but the combat was quite fun. But the fact that it was just this hallway, this one long hallway with this one open bit about 3/4 of the way through the game, and then it gets back to the hallway. And you have to deal with just the worst story in gaming. It does make it a little difficult. Alright. It's finally dead. There we go. Yeah, when I first played Mass Effect, Lids, when I first played Mass Effect 1, it was when Mass Effect 2 came out in order to prepare for Mass Effect 2. And I really rushed it so I could get to Mass Effect 2 as soon as possible. So almost all of this I don't remember. Okay. Good lord. Ah.
Take out those hostiles!
Why can't I just throw a bomb from here? It's right in the eye. Salts, yes. By the way, Frederick Knudsen, I don't know how you pronounce his name. He's a YouTuber I follow. He makes great content. Oh, the documentaries that he makes are so fascinating. The Final Fantasy house. Oh my god, that's a story and a half. The Final Fantasy house. Good lord. One of the wildest stories I've ever heard. Thank goodness these zombies are really dumb. Because, so, the cringe with his documentaries is that you're not seeing the cringe itself. Someone's just telling you about the cringe. That's okay, I can handle that. If I had to be around the people from the Final Fantasy house, I couldn't handle it. I think I would just shoot myself after hanging out with them for 5 minutes. So for those who don't know, the Final Fantasy house is this like group of friends that got together. They were meant... I don't exactly remember what their common goal was. I think they were just cosplayers, if I remember correctly. And one of them was really obsessed with being like a Final Fantasy character. And it just the story is too wild, and I can't do it justice. You have to watch that guy's video. It's like maybe a 1 hour video. He makes long form content, one video every few months, and it's really interesting stuff. Absolutely fascinating. Hang on, is one of them still alive? No. Yeah, Down the Rabbit Hole. That's it. That's the name of the series. The name of the channel. Or the series that he does. It's so interesting. The Final Fantasy house was definitely one of the craziest, and also the origins of the furry fandom. That is such an interesting story. Oh man, he nearly did. Yeah, the origins of the furry fandom, like just furry stuff in general, is so fascinating. Are we going the right way? Yeah.
Commander Shepard. We're on the right track.
Okay. Oh, hang on. This is where... I feel like I've done this before. Or is it because I died I had to redo it all again? Or is it just the same thing for 2 floors? Oh, god damn it. The damn body in the way blocked the shot. Getting pissed. My team's down. Oh god, we're getting absolutely swarmed. Jesus Christ. Oh jeez, there's more of them behind me? Can I revive? Yes, thank you. Good lord. It just seemed endless. The Rainforest video from the Internet Historian. what was the name of that that convention that they tried to hold? The ball pit convention. Have you heard the was it the Rainforest one? The one with the ball pit? DashCon, that's it. The DashCon story. Oh my god. I love that story. No matter how many times I hear about DashCon, no matter who covers it, I will watch the DashCon video. DashCon is so goddamn interesting. I love it. It's so good. The ball pit. Everybody gets compensated by getting 5 free minutes in the ball pit. Like, it's genuinely hard to believe that these are real people sometimes when you hear these stories. Okay. Oh, once again I've got... Yeah, it definitely reset me back to the wrong spot in the story. The checkpoint was really far back. Come on, change guns, for God's sake. Push the button 5 minutes ago. Okay, Garrus, revive. Oh, whoops. No, not that. Man. Sometimes you wonder, where are all these people in my life? Like, how come I don't know any of these weirdos from the Final Fantasy house? And people who would think that a ball pit is compensation for completely screwing up a convention. I need more weirdos in my life sometimes. Coney 2020, oh, love it. Love it. I've seen all of Internet Historian except for his latest.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
Of course I don't trust her.
How do I know this isn't some kind of trick?
This is no trick. The Thorian is dead, and I am myself again. My name is Shiala. I serve...
So Coney 2012 was the first time I came across the idea of slacktivism.
She joined him to guide him
where instead of actually doing anything, people just did the equivalent of tweeting a hashtag.
You chose to side with Saren. So did Matriarch Benezia.
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did.
And I only heard about it in the background, really. And so to see the video, where it goes into full detail of what happened, so funny. So funny.
Her plan backfired.
Yes. Yeah, Ventus, I did. Speaking of South Park, I've seen every South Park episode except for, I think, the latest season. I need to catch up on that.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
South Park is hilarious.
An enormous warship.
Couple of bad seasons.
He calls it sovereign.
When they mainly focused on the election stuff, that got really boring. How it was just
the process is settled.
Dragging out this story about the election was kind of dull. But for the most part, South Park is excellent. The anime episode, the anime and the Pokemon episodes of South Park are so good. My favorite South Park characters are Cartman and Randy. I'd say Randy is probably my favorite. The episode where it's all about him being Lord, where Randy Marsh is secretly Lord, is the funniest thing ever. It is so hilarious.
That's what you get for trusting Saren.
Saren is quick.
And Stan, who's a massive Lord fan, can't believe that his dad is secretly Lord.
His guest to destroy the Thorian. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you're following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long.
So this is tying back to that vision that we saw last time I played, when we touched that beacon pillar.
Just give me some plain answers. Where is the cipher?
The cipher is the
Both
very
South Park,
essence of being a Prothean.
both
It
South
cannot
Park
be described or
RPGs.
explained.
Very
It would
much
be like
enjoyed those.
describing
Those were
color to a
hilarious.
creature without eyes. To understand,
Is
you
it
must have
Fractured
access to
Butthole
endemic
and
ancestral memory,
Stick of Truth.
a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
You taught Saren, you can teach me.
Damn straight.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths.
We're gonna mind meld.
Let go
Here
of
comes a
your physical
Vulcan mind
shell.
meld.
Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends
Hello,
ripples across
Miss
the galaxy.
Fruitcake. Welcome.
Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit.
You're just
We
about
are
to
all
watch
connected.
some mental.
Every living being united in a single glorious
How should I put it?
existence. Open
Happy times.
yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Yes, I'll be doing viewer calls throughout the Near Light event. And there we go. That's how we're all gonna die. How am I today? I'm doing great. Feeling
Just
really
as it
good.
was given to
Very
Sarah.
excited for the upcoming
ancestral
live stream.
memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
Do you follow internet horror content like creepypastas and ARGs?
Are you all right?
No, I haven't really gotten into those. Although I do watch Mudaha. Hello, me Mudaha. I do watch his content, though I've barely explored his creepypasta stuff. I'm so torn between pulling on the first day or waiting to see the 14 pulls. Oh, Delcana, don't worry, it gets a lot weirder. Now, whether to go pull, obviously, the much smarter, safer play is to wait. Although I recommend doing it on the second last day, just so you don't forget. If you've got a lot of pulls, though, you can do some pulls on day one, at least until one 6-star. Then you do the freeze, and then you pull to another 6-star afterwards if you still need to. So the live stream for the 3rd anniversary starts in 2 hours, if I'm keeping track correctly.
All I saw were more weird visions. It still didn't make sense.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your
Yeah,
mind
so
to
basically,
process this
if you
information.
did something like that with Slanesh, except the visions are basically just a bunch of orgies.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Tell me more about this ship Saren has.
The event,
Sovereign is alien.
Near Light, starts on the
I
28th.
do not know how it was
5
built
days
or
from now.
where it comes from.
The live stream is on
Design
Bilibili,
not
yes.
that of any known spacefaring species. It dwarfs any vessel in the Citadel or Alliance fleets. Its weapons are devastating. Its defenses virtually impenetrable. With it, Saren believes he is unstoppable.
You said Saren uses it to manipulate his followers.
The indoctrination. There is an energy about Sovereign. You feel drawn to the ship. It makes Saren's arguments more persuasive, more compelling. Spend enough time in Sovereign's presence and you will lose yourself. There's no other way to explain it.
I want to know more about Benezia.
Benezia was greatly respected among our people. A powerful biotic.
Anniversary 3 will be 6 months from now.
She was widely known as a teacher of philosophy and religion. She always sought the paths of peace
Well,
and harmony.
CN's Anniversary 3 will be 6 months from now, so whenever Undertides was last time. But our anniversary will be the limited event after that. Am I allowed to tell you how to play Arknight CN? I can tell you how to install it, and I can tell you what you need to do. Officially, what you need to do. Unofficially, I recommend a quick Google search if you want to find it unofficially. And no, the instructions on GamePress are not accurate. Those are outdated.
Instead, she became one of his most powerful allies.
Yeah, Delcano, finding anything on Bilibili is atrocious.
Be sure you do not make the same
Now,
mistake.
in terms of actually installing Arknights, I can tell you how to do that, because it's actually really easy to install Arknights. The only challenging bit is creating the account. But the installation of Arknights, download an app called TapTap. TapTap, one word. TapTap is basically another app store. And in that app store, you can find other versions, like other regions' versions of games, including Korean, Japanese, Chinese Arknights. And that's where you download the game from. And then whenever you update, instead of visiting your, Google Play Store, you visit the TapTap store, and that's where you update. But creating the account does officially require local ID from China. And so the legalist way of doing it is to get someone's help from China. But there are slightly more shady means if you want to do that.
What else can you tell me about
But
Saren?
I don't know if
There is
I'm allowed to
little I
tell
can
you, basically.
that you do not already know.
But a Google search will get it for you.
He's charismatic.
Yes, so TapTap, you download the APK
Once I
for it.
followed him, blind to his true nature.
So if you've got an
Now I
Android
see he's leading
phone,
the galaxy
which I
into an
don't know if
age
it
of
works on
darkness
Apple,
and suffering.
so you may need an Android phone, or you can always install an emulator on your PC. Then you just on the phone, Google TapTap APK, download that, and just install that direct on your phone, and then in there you can find the Arknights installer. Now you could just download the APK for AKCN, but you would have to reinstall every time there's an update. And you'd have to wait for somebody to upload the updated APK. It's an absolute pain. So I don't recommend doing that. Go through TapTap. It's absolutely worth it. It's very simple. I use LD Player, but you can use an emulator called Memu. I believe it's MEMU. I don't recommend... There was one that went around a while back. It was called Nox Player. Unfortunately, that support seems to be dead for that emulator, so it just doesn't run Arknights properly anymore, especially with Near Light. When it updates for Near Light, the Fog of War mechanic, the shadow mechanic for Near Light, will crash the game, crash the entire emulator. You just can't handle it. I used to use BlueStacks.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me. I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries, I followed her, learning at her feet.
Yeah, the
When
live stream
Benezia
should be in
revealed
2
her
hours
plan
from
to
now.
join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many
You
felt
do
her
need
plan
a
was too
stronger
dangerous,
computer than you
but I
think
believed in her.
to run emulation
I
software.
thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
All right.
You were allied with Saren. For all I know, you still are. I can't just let you walk away.
Your suspicions are understandable, but you freed me from the Thorian and from Saren. I am on your side now. If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their
Which
suffering.
colonists?
I would like to make amends.
Do we tell her about the colonists? If I was a nervous person, I'd be, yeah, about those colonists. Yeah. Some emulators will run better for some people than others. Your hardware, like, not just the power of your hardware, but sometimes the specific hardware that you've got just works better. Emulation is not an exact science. And also, it will depend on the game. Some games will run better through one system, some through another. It really depends.
You change sides too often. I have no choice. You must die.
Remember,
So be it.
once
If
a
this is
traitor,
the fate you feel I
always a
deserve,
traitor.
Then I will not resist.
You tried to do for us. Saved a few. It's more than most would have done. Anyway, thanks. We'll start again. Just not here.
Hang on. Didn't I kill all of you? What's going on? I thought I killed all these people. Oh no, these were the people that were at the other base. Yeah, these were the other ones from the other base. I'm pretty sure in Mass Effect your teammates can't leave, unlike in Dragon Age, where your decisions can actually make squad mates leave your group.
We'll be gone as soon as a transport arrives.
Hopefully everyone leaves us alone for a while. Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I haven't found your workstation or data yet.
Just keep it in mind while you're out there. Good luck, Commander.
So that you can still turn in this quest. What the hell? I swear to God, it just doesn't exist. It's a load of nonsense. There is no terminal. The guy's he's just dicking around. He's making stuff up. Imagine if that was a thing. You're playing an RPG, and you're given a side quest, but there is no... The objective is to find something, but the thing that they tell you to find doesn't exist. The whole point of the side quest is that the guy is just a dick and wants to waste the hero's time. That's the quest. If I made an RPG, I would totally put that in. And then for decades, people would be searching and searching for the solution to that quest. The unsolved mystery. There would be hours and hours of internet videos with clickbait headlines. The darkest secret of the Dr. Volk adventure. And then the real answer is that there is no secret. The guy is just a dick wasting your time. I would love that. Oh man, the Shadow of the Colossus mystery. Now, Shadow of the Colossus, one of my favorite games of all time. For a long time, it was my favorite game until I believe it was overtaken by Persona 4 and then by Witcher 3. I've been meaning. I still haven't replayed Shadow of the Colossus since the remake. Yes, basically Mew hiding behind a truck, but there is no Mew. So I've been meaning to replay Shadow of the Colossus ever since they did the remaster. And I want to, and I haven't looked at that mystery for the Shadow of the Colossus that took forever to solve. I still don't know what it is. So I'm gonna wait until I replay the game, and then I'll look into it. Okay. Right, we've got 8 points. Okay, let's pump out intimidation again. That's right, we're going to get some armor. Alright, we've unlocked tactical armor. Let's get that 1 point into Vanguard, because that just basically buffs everything. And able to equip light armor. Increases damage protection, grants the shield boosts, unlocks medium armor. Yep, let's just do all that so we are not so squishy. Garrus, my bro. What do we want for you? Big sniping power. That's what I want. What does dampening do? AoE damage. Oh, with stun. Oh, this is the AoE stun silence. That's okay. We'll get his passive stuff first. Oh, I forgot. Talia. Yeah, I have a video. It's been on my watch later on YouTube for maybe 5 years at this point about the mystery of the Shadow of the Colossus, but I haven't watched it because I haven't gone back to replay the remake. Okay, with Talia, let's get the decryption just so we can be absolutely certain that we can hack the terminal. And then let's increase that survivability. And let's save. Yes, it's been really good for Sony exclusives start coming to PC. Isn't there a node where I can get back on my gel? You know, they brought a few games to PC, and from what I understand, they've sold well. So that does bode well for the rest of the games to come to PC. The game I want most on PC is Bloodborne. Why on God's green earth that is not on PC yet is beyond my comprehension. Especially because it runs so poorly on the PS4. I believe Horizon has been fixed. The FPS problems, I'm pretty sure I remember hearing about that getting patched. So it should be okay now. I haven't played the PC version though. I played it once when it came out on PS4, and that's enough for me. I am supposed to get out of here, right? Yeah. Yeah, the best thing about having a PS5 is just getting the PS4 games to run better. Very true.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Oh, Bloodborne is such an awesome game. Those visuals, for those who were asking about Warhammer Fantasy before, Warhammer Fantasy is basically Bloodborne.
Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
That game was 100% inspired by Warhammer Fantasy.
My brain's been scrambled like an egg. How do you think I feel?
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
Time for some more happy fun times of the
Relax,
mind.
Commander. Embrace eternity. Incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Oh, the loading
What you have
times
been
in
through,
Bloodborne.
what you have seen,
When you
what
die, and of course in that game you
destroyed
die a lot.
Mastermind.
Did you
Oh
see
my
anything?
god.
The beacon
You're sitting there
and
forever.
must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw, you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious.
Worst case scenario, in a few years we'll have full PS4 emulation working,
but I did not see anything
and you
that
can play
would help us
Bloodborne
find
that
it.
way on PC. Of course,
Looks like we're
you'll
back
have a
where we
very
started.
need a very strong PC.
Quite the opposite, Commander. I think my knowledge of the
Yeah,
Protheans
PS4 was
will
just a
prove
regular
useful
drive.
Before this is over, I was able to
They
interpret
really,
the data relayed through your vision.
they were really
What was there, at least.
pushing the
But
fact that
something was
PS5 could do
missing.
SSD.
Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh. I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
You remember those games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, where the loading screens you could actually practice your moves? There was an interactable element on the loading screen. The first time I saw that, I believe it was Devil May Cry, where you could slash the logo. And that was like, oh my god, it blew my mind.
Dr. Chalkwash should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
Oh, before there was a question, I just remembered it. Somebody asked if I played Zelda. Somebody asked a question about what Zelda games I played, or something to that effect. I totally forgot to address that. Yes, I've played every single Zelda game ever made, except for the CDI ones. And I've finished every single Zelda game, except for Zelda 2. And obviously the CDI ones. When I was a kid, the Zelda games were my favorite games. That and Pokemon. Give me one sec. I'm just starting up the Annihilations on my phone.
You sure it was the joining?
My favorite Zelda game?
Your role in our community.
Ooh, so this is a question I've wrestled with for a
submerge
very long
myself in your
time.
mind, drown myself in your thoughts. It is more difficult than it looks.
So at
The
first,
human subconscious
my
instinctively
favorite Zelda game
resists
was
the
Link's
joining,
Awakening,
Commander.
because it was the
Strong
first one I played.
personality like yours makes it even harder.
And Link's Awakening, this was back in the day when I didn't know about guides or anything like that, and it was a real challenge to beat. It was really fun figuring out the secrets and all that. I actually remember, as a kid, I never found the last piece of heart when I was a kid. And when I was older and I played the remake, which, by the way, on the Switch is excellent, I found all the hearts, but I couldn't remember which one it was that I couldn't find as a kid. So I've got 3 phones. I have a iPhone 6 SE? No. It's a newer model than that. iPhone something SE or whatever it's called. I don't exactly remember what the model is. That's one given to me by my work. Then I have my old personal phone, which is a Galaxy 8. And then I have my new personal phone to replace the Galaxy 8, but I'm still using the Galaxy 8 just to run my alt account at the same time. My new phone is the... What's it called? The Samsung Galaxy 21, S21 FE. I always forget which number it is. The second latest number, basically. Yeah. So I've got 3 phones. Soon it'll be back down to 2 once the S8 is dead. It's just convenient being able to have all 3 accounts running at the same time when there's Annihilations going on. Yes, so with Zelda, I started with Link's Awakening. That game blew my mind as a kid. Just the level of the secrets, the dungeon designs, the different items that you could equip. As a kid, that just expanded my horizons like you wouldn't believe. So for the longest time, that was my favorite. I remember playing, funny enough, Link's Awakening on Singapore Airlines, the plane. Singapore Airlines. They used to have Super Nintendos on those planes back when I was a little kid. And however, save state didn't work. Every time you quit a game, it would just wipe the save. So if you were playing something like Link's Awakening,
We're done here. Dismissed.
Need a fourth phone for the new account challenge, Neolite.
I've sent off the Ferris report, Commander.
It's actually a very good point.
Patch you through to the council.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to... So both of my Android phones, they both have my CN and my main global account on it. I will, on my older phone, I will replace my main global login with the alt account login. That way I can just do the base maintenance and stuff without having to turn on my computer. The stream is in an hour and 45 minutes. Welcome. Okay, I've sent blah blah first. Do you want me to patch you through to the council? Yeah.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
I never missed the opportunity to tell them to piss off.
Jenny should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
I'll talk about Zelda in a second.
For study instead of destroying it.
The only reason to study a creature like that is to figure out how to kill it.
Yes, kill it. That's how you humans usually deal with things you don't understand.
The Thorian enslaved and killed innocent civilians.
Yes, I'm sure you're correct, Commander. It's unfortunate the colony couldn't be saved.
I'm surprised, Shepard. Ferris was a human colony. I thought you'd go to any lengths to save your own kind.
The mission comes first.
Sometimes sacrifices have to be made, Commander. I'm glad you understand that.
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Didn't get a chance to tell him to shove it. Okay, so Zelda. Link's Awakening was my first. Absolutely loved it. For a very long time, it was my favorite. I actually liked it more than... I know everybody's favorite at the time was A Link to the Past. But I liked Link's Awakening way more. I didn't properly sit down and take the time to finish A Link to the Past until maybe 10 years ago. And I very much enjoyed it. But the compactness and simplicity and charm of Link's Awakening was always phenomenal to me. Then, now for the 3D ones, the first one I really got into, funny enough, without even playing it, I really got into Ocarina of Time. And as strange as this sounds, I got into Ocarina of Time not by playing the game, but by reading a walkthrough about it that also told the story of the game as it was going. Now, unfortunately, this walkthrough was in multiple parts, and it was in a gaming magazine. There was this Australian gaming magazine called Hyper, I believe, and it came with like this guidebook, but it only had the section of Ocarina of Time up to when you become an adult. And to get the next part of the walkthrough, you had to buy another issue of the magazine. And so what I would do as a kid, because I didn't have any gaming consoles, right? I had a Game Boy Color. That was the first thing I ever got. And my parents would not give me a console until the first thing I ever got was the GameCube. So if you can imagine, all these amazing games, right? Most of which I wasn't aware of. But I was really into Zelda, so I was aware of Ocarina of Time. And the closest thing I could get to playing Ocarina of Time was reading a guidebook. And it was think about it, if you think about it, it was like watching a Let's Play, but in written form. It was caveman version of a Let's Play.
Hey, Commander, next time we touch down, let's try not to park the ship in a colony of mutant zombies. Just thinking out loud here.
So you're not watching someone play the game, you're reading about someone play the game. But in this guide, it was also telling the story. So you are getting as close to the full experience as you can in written form.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the
So yeah,
You
If
want
you could
me
think,
as a pilot.
little
I'm not
Volk right there,
I'm
sitting
not
there
even
reading
great.
through the
I'm
guidebook,
best damn helmsman in the
dreaming
Alliance.
one day of having access to a console of his own to play Ocarina of
All
Time.
those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
I can't have you on this ship if you're going to infect my crew.
Infect the crew? Oh man, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even
So,
with crutches,
that
my
was
leg
my
braces,
interaction
it's
with
hard to
Ocarina
get
of
around.
Time.
One wrong step and crack. It's
And
very
then
dramatic.
the first time I actually played it was towards the end of the GameCube's life cycle. Sort of. At a friend's house, I played, funnily enough, the end of Ocarina of Time. Like the final bit, where you go to Ganon's castle and you fight Ganon, you know, big demon Ganon with his giant swords and, you know, Zelda's there. I played, that was the first bit of Ocarina of Time that I played. And then at another point, I played the start of Ocarina of Time, the start and the first dungeon. And then another point somewhere else, I played one of the middle dungeons. So as a kid, I've played 3 different bits of Ocarina of Time out of order, but it felt like I'd played the full game. And it wasn't until years later, probably during the Wii 360 era, when I finally went, you know what? I actually haven't played Ocarina of Time properly. And then I just emulated it and I played it through and I absolutely loved it. But before that, the first 3D Zelda game I really got into was Wind Waker. Now, I know that a lot of people were really disappointed with Wind Waker because of the visual style, but I didn't have that preconception. And so for me, the GameCube was my first home console. The first 3D Zelda game that I had was Wind Waker. I bought it day one. Man, I loved the hell out of that game. I've played through Wind Waker maybe 4 times. The only Zelda game I probably finished more times would be Link's Awakening, mainly because, you know, when you're a kid and you've got 5 games, you're going to play the same 5 games 100 times each. And with Zelda Link's Awakening, I basically speedran it. I even finished it out of order, like the dungeons out of order. I figured out how to do that as a kid. And so with Link's Awakening, man, I love that game. So then Twilight Princess came out, mega hyped for that. I bought the Wii specifically for that. I got it on midnight release, which is not a thing that really happens that much in Australia. And so I absolutely loved...
I need to know more about this Vrolik syndrome if I'm putting
loved
my
Twilight
ship
Princess
in
as
your
well.
hands.
Yeah, of course you do.
For me, I actually enjoyed that more than Ocarina of Time.
Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable.
I
but
really
there's no
liked
cure.
the
classify
the
my
look and
case
feel
as
of it.
moderate
I
to
liked
severe.
the
I was born
slightly
with over a
darker
dozen
aspect,
fractures, hip, thighs,
and
ankles. My bones were already breaking
the dungeon with the spinning top.
past my first year.
That was such a cool dungeon. Absolutely loved it.
A productive member of society.
Then what was after that? There was the one on. What was the other Wii one? The one with the Wii Motion Plus. Where it was a lot. There was a lot of sword fighting, a lot of duels. What was it called? Skyward Sword. That's it. Skyward Sword. Now, Skyward Sword.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet.
I really enjoyed that.
So I'm fine as long as
However,
I'm in this chair.
it had a few problems.
When I get up to take a piss, though.
There was
I can do my job as
a
well
fair
as
bit of
anyone on the ship.
repetition.
Better, actually.
I really liked the starting bit in the sky. You know, in the little sky island and flying around on the bird. I really liked that. I thought that the sky area was a bit underdeveloped, though. I do wish it had been as expansive as Wind Waker. Unfortunately, it was really basic and really simple. They didn't put as much effort into it, I feel, as Wind Waker. It kind of felt like they had this really grand idea, and they realized it's going to take too long, so we're going to pare it back and round it out so that it doesn't feel unfinished, but you could still feel like it could be there could be twice as much here, you know? So I was a little disappointed in that sense. However, the combat was really good, like with the motion controls. It worked really well. And I know the motion controls weren't for everyone, but I really like that aspect, and specifically the boss fights where it was a one-on-one sword fight. Those were great. The other boss fights actually weren't that great because it wasn't as cool as just a one-on-one sword fight, you know. But I still enjoyed that overall. Then it was Breath of the Wild after that, wasn't it? And then Breath of the Wild completely changed
I'm not
everything.
trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about
And
something else.
that was a real surprise for them to completely change formula, because Nintendo is not known for changing formulas.
Why does everyone call you
And I
Joker?
loved Breath of the Wild.
Saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant
That was
Jeff
so fun, and I'm so looking
Plus, I
forward
love
to the
make
next
little
game.
Children laugh.
However,
dodging the question.
my favorite Zelda game is still Wind Waker. I absolutely love Wind Waker. Everything about Wind Waker is amazing to me.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end
I
of
love
the
this
year,
character,
I was the
Joker.
best
He's great.
pilot in the academy.
He becomes an even
Better than the
better
instructors,
character
and
in
everybody knew
Mass
it.
Effect 2.
They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. Those were really fun. I really enjoyed those. They were a good. They were a really good. You know, like it was a nice, audible Zelda experience. I thought they were quite fun. They weren't amazing, right? But they were really fun. I thought the what was the 3DS one called, where you had that top-down 3D view? It made really good use of the 3D effect. Yeah, a relationship develops. Although I don't know if it goes that far. I don't remember if the relationship goes that far. But Joker develops a crush for the AI system that gets a robotic body in Mass Effect 2. Majora's Mask, I really enjoyed that as well, though I didn't like it as much as the other 3D Zeldas. For me, having to repeat parts of the game wasn't that fun. I know for some people they really like that aspect, but for me, it wasn't my favorite mechanic. But there was a lot of cool things in Majora's Mask. What was that 3DS Zelda game called? The one where you can turn into a painting and you can go into walls and stuff. Really fun mechanic. What was it called? Oh my god.
Commander?
A Link Between Worlds. That's it. A Link Between Worlds. That was really fun. That was a great handheld Zelda game. So in that one, for those who haven't played it, the core mechanic is you turn into a painting on a wall, and then you can move along walls as a painting. And it was all done.
I always make time for my officers.
It was all. It really made good use of the 3D effect of the 3DS, because you could see down multiple floors at once in the dungeon.
Get backup from the council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
The council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the council should see this coming.
And then there was also on the GBA Minish Cap. That was really fun. Shrinking yourself down to the size of a Smurf, and then going into seeing the whole world from a different perspective. That was tons of fun. It was more like a sequel to A Link to the Past, but in the style of A Link to the Past.
Well, well. Romantic.
Ventus? No, I haven't decided.
Down for the dream, Malenko? Secure a man's future in space?
We'll see when we get to it. Also, I haven't decided who to romance in the first game. The second game has much more romance options. Now, I know people said Garrus, but Garrus is too much of a bro to romance.
But I thought about it after brain camp. Biotic acclimation and temperance.
Don't date your best friend.
Looking for the dream. I just want to do some good.
Dating advice with Dr. Volk. Don't date your best friend.
Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Make a poll. Yeah, I could probably do that. Now, when it comes to the second game, on the other hand, it's like there's so many good options, you can't. You have to decide which one you want to focus on. Right. Romance Rex. Actually, you know what? I have no idea what happens. I don't even know if you can romance Rex. I'm very curious. Oh, for the sacrifice? Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp.
Oh, that's right. This guy went through like full biotic training and implants and stuff, didn't he?
To an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were humans.
Yeah, Minish Cap, I loved that as well. That was really fun. Very clever use of the shrinking mechanic. Ooh, other ones I very much enjoyed. Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. Those were so fun. Those were so much fun. Especially the Oracle of Ages. Seeing how going through, you know, past, present, future in all these different areas, how it affected everything. Man, I was engrossed in that. Absolutely engrossed in it. Anniversary stream starts in an hour and a half. Okay, investigate.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock. It's where they
Meme and Toyd, thank you for the follow.
Before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out.
So what are all of your favorite Zelda games? I'm curious. Because I know that my preferences are a little bit controversial. I know most people prefer Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, or Breath of the Wild. And there's quite a few people who are still upset about Wind Waker's graphical style. I've tried Genshin Impact a little bit. I do intend to actually play it, not as a ongoing gacha game, but just play through the main campaign. And I'll probably do that on stream at some point. I also plan to do like a few hours of just a random gacha game, and we just see how it is after a few hours. Yeah, Ventus, when we swap over to the live stream, I'll check this stuff. Remind me then.
You were all teenagers. I'm sure you found other ways to occupy the time.
Twilight Princess, because I grew up with it. Breath of the Wild as a second, because I love that too. Yeah, it's quite often where your favorite in a series is the one that you grew up with. Thanks for loving the videos, by the way. I subbed when your channel was around 500 subs and saved for the quality. At 500 subs, wow. Been with me for a while. Thank you, Meme Toyd. And there's plenty more great content on the way.
Like you, I guess.
Delcano never played a Zelda game. Oh man, you know, in some ways I kind of wish I was in your position and I could play them again, having never played them before. People who have not played, I'm jealous in some ways of people who have not played the Witcher games, the Persona games, and the Zelda games. I would love to go back and play them again for the first time. Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past have the most childhood aspect for me. Yeah, you should actually try the Zelda games. If you're not into older stuff, at the very least try Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is very different from all the other Zelda games. If you don't like something as big as Breath of the Wild, if you think it's too big, too open, then you can go for something still open but not quite so crazy with Wind Waker. And there is a remaster of Wind Waker on the... what was the one before the Switch? The Wii U? And I believe it does still work on... Does it work on the Switch? or you can download it for the Switch. I don't remember. Nintendo's ability to track games across different generations is pretty awful, especially because they keep charging you for it every time. So you've got that, and then if you still don't want something that open, you can go a little bit smaller with the likes of Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time was remade for the 3DS, and it's perfect port. If you want a bit more compact, a bit more handheld, go Link's Awakening remake on the Switch. That's a great one. Or on the 3DS, you go for Link Between Worlds. Those are my recommendations. So it really depends on how big of a game you want to go for. Wish you could re-experience Nier Automata. I played until the first, like one of the first main endings of that, and unfortunately I couldn't keep going. It was just a bit too long for me. Genshin has co-op. Oh, I didn't know that. I feel with the Xenoblade games, I would kill to experience Xenoblade 1 and 2 for the first time. Yeah, everybody's got those games where you want to, you wish you could go back.
She was.
Yes, I'm a Twitch partner now. I made it last night after I was reminded to apply for it because I'd forgotten to do it.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
Yeah, my mods reminded me to apply for Twitch partner. I totally forgot for like a month.
The exposures were, it was hard to track down.
My childhood was RCT2. Oh, Roller Coaster Tycoon. One of my favorite games of all time. I want to play that on stream at some point. We do a chill Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 stream. At least one park. I love that game. When I want to play something and watch something as well, and I want to do a game that really doesn't take much concentration, Roller Coaster Tycoon is one of those games. Plan on playing them in the future. Yeah. That's to do with Zelda. In terms of books, I wish I could go back and re-experience Harry Potter for the first time. As a kid, reading Harry Potter, blew my mind. Blew my mind. Especially because I only started reading it when the 4th book came out, and I marathoned books 1 through 4. And as a kid, it was just like head explosion levels of awesome for me.
Jump Zero's a long way from home.
I have not read The Expanse. I do intend to. I've seen season 1 of the show. Somebody actually mentioned The Expanse earlier, and I forgot to respond to that. But yes, it's on my list. It's on my list. Thank you, Miss Fruitcake. Thank you. And Chronox, thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, not highly yet. Unfortunately, Nier Automata, it just didn't grab me. And so I gave it a shot until the first ending. That first quarter of the game, and at that point I thought, I'm not in it.
I wanted to get to know you a little better. That's all.
So I stopped it there. It was fun though. It just really didn't grab me. I think it's just not my kind of story, my kind of game, to be honest. One thing I did like about Nier Automata, I love the Easter egg where one of the endings is killing yourself by unequipping the whatever the augments are for the android, and you can unequip the core augment, which basically is like your heart essentially. You can unequip that and it just kills you. And that's one of the endings.
No, I doubt. We'll talk again later.
I'll need some time to process that, Commander. But yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah, it was really funny. I thought, because I was playing the game, and you know you're going through equipping your stuff, and then you see the heart, and there's actually I see the option to unequip it. I'm thinking, wait, what happens? You know, and then it just kills yourself, which is great. This is so funny. So funny, man. Oh, it's brilliant. Ventus, I don't know. I know pretty much nothing about The Expanse, apart from Season 1. I have not looked ahead, because I didn't want to get spoiled. Right, so what are we doing? We've got to travel to another planet, but before we do that, let's chat to the crewmates, because that's one of my favorite parts of the game. So Caden, we learnt about his backstory, basically being a human psychic. So he was kind of a... Well, there's a theory going around that it was inflicted intentionally as part of an experiment on these kids with what's known as Element Zero, which is a newly discovered, newly discovered element, supposedly that contributes to the psychic powers and all that. Right, now the one thing is you have to figure out where everybody is on the ship. And I'm pretty sure Mass Effect 1 doesn't tell you where people are. So you kind of just wander around and try and remember where you usually find them. Also, the ship in Mass Effect 2 is a bit more expansive, and it's such a cool ship. Oh, Mass Effect 2 spaceship is one of my favorite of all time. I want one. I want one. If I was rich, I would just build one for my backyard. Just go full LARP. Have I played PGR yet? Reminds me, what's PGR again? I feel like that's Project Gotham Racing. Is that what you're talking about?
Shepard, what can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogans live for centuries.
Oh, Punishing Grey Raven. No.
Tell me you haven't had a few interesting
I will do that as one of the random gacha plays. I'll start that after Near Light. And chat can hold me to this. Every weekend, we do a few hours of a random gacha game. Whether it's the worst game or the best game, it doesn't matter. Every weekend, we've got to do that. I want to do that. I also want to start a 1 to 2 hour, depending on what there is to talk about, 1 to 2 hour segment talking about anime, manga, probably TV shows as well, when there's something to talk about. Ongoing. I want to do that every week. I want to get a conversation going, basically like a podcast. And chat can hold me to it. I'd intended to start it before Near Light, but unfortunately, in my head, for whatever reason, I completely lost track of time, probably because of how insanely crazy I was, insanely crazy busy I was with work for what feels like 2 months now. I was basically doing 2 jobs at once, like 2 people's work, in a very important position while we were understaffed. So it was just nuts, and I completely lost track of time. And so for whatever reason in my head, I thought Near Light was not for like another few weeks. And then I looked at it was like one day I just woke up, looked at the calendar, and I thought, hang on, when does Near Light start again? What, it's 2 weeks away? Oh god, I've got like 10 videos to make. Quick, and I've just been going mad making videos. I announced my streaming either on if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, there's the community posts. I announce it there, and also on the Discord. There's the announcement channel in the Discord. And if you set yourself for the role as whatever role it is that gives you stream notifications, the @StreamSquad notification, you will get that. And I always @StreamSquad whenever I announce my next stream. If you need the Discord details, by the way, !Discord in chat.
I suppose it isn't all the same.
Right, so hang on, I'm going to catch up on a few things. But yes, I plan to do a whole ton of content. And I'm probably going to open up a Patreon at some point, just so that I can, not to make money, really, just so that I can get an editor. That way, I can spend less time on the YouTube channel without cutting back on content. And then hopefully, the ideal for me would be able to stream 1 extra time a week. That way we can get in more stuff done. Because at the moment, for instance, like playing Mass Effect, I can only do that once a week. I've only got the time for it once a week. I would like to do more stuff more often, you know? So, and I think the only way I can do that is if I get an editor. And the only way to get an editor is you got to make it, you know, there's got to be somewhat financially viable to do that. And yes, doing that will help with the health and all that, because then it means I'm not doing everything myself. There was a question after Mass Effect, any plans of streaming other games? Absolutely. So I've mentioned this before, but I intend to stream Elden Ring. We'll do Final Fantasy VII Remake. Streaming these games is a great excuse to finally get around to playing games that have been on my backlog for a while. The first game I did was Detroit Become Human. Finished that in 2 sessions. That was really fun.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
What else is there? What other games would I really like to play? There's Ventus has recommended a couple of small games. I'll probably do one of those small games after Mass Effect before we get into another big thing. Then I would definitely like to do... Oh man, there's so many good games. So many good games. I'd like to get a capture card. That way I can do Switch, PlayStation games as well. I've got a bunch of games on the Switch, which I probably am not going to play until there's the excuse to do them on stream. And then I've got a couple of PlayStation games left, untouched. Like, I've got a Yakuza game that I need to finish. The Shadow of the Colossus remaster. I still need to play that. For Switch, I've got about a dozen games that need to be played. So it will probably be one of the small games after this. Then, depending on the mood, it'll either be Final Fantasy VII Remake, or we get into something like Elden Ring. Maybe. I feel like Elden Ring might get delayed a bit more. I probably need to go and play one of the older Dark Souls games first. I don't know. I'll see. It's Yakuza 0, because that was recommended to me as a first-time Yakuza player, because I have not played any Yakuza game before this. And so, I'd been meaning to get into them for a long time, but, you know, when you see, like, Yakuza 3, it's like, well, I'm the sort of person, if it's a game with, like, sequels, I like to start at the beginning. You know, if it's not a standalone game. And so, what's it called? But with Yakuza 0, they said, this is a great starting point. So I thought, I'm going to get into it. And then I got the game, day one, but I never got into actually finishing the game. So I've played maybe an hour of it. Will I keep playing mobile games on the side? Absolutely. Yeah. I'll definitely be playing the mobile stuff as well. 100%. 100%. Okay, Rex. I want to quickly talk about this for people who aren't familiar with Mass Effect. So Rex comes from a species called the Krogan, and the big thing about the Krogan is that they're going extinct because they can't reproduce. So this is what we're going to be talking about here.
Are your people really dying?
And it's not getting any stronger.
Really interesting backstory, and it's explored in full in Mass Effect 3, and it concludes with one of the best subplot endings I've ever seen in a video game.
Lots of species have left their
Don't spoil it, by the way, in chat if you do know what I'm talking about. But if you know, you know. One of the greatest moments in gaming ever.
We want to fight. So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
What can you tell me about the Genophage?
Yakuza Like a Dragon. What a title. Such a funny title.
They made it.
Judgment.
All I know.
Is that the one where you're the guy who's dressed really suave and he can talk to ghosts or he can see spirits or something?
Never get that far. Every Krogan is infected. Every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
I do like detective games, by the way. The Phoenix Wright series. Love those games.
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? You ask a Krogan, would he rather find a cure for the Genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
Toko, man. Like, just genuinely just hearing that line kind of gets to me a bit. Kind of gets to me a bit. I'm not gonna lie. It's whew, good moment. Good moment. Had to be me. So the disease they've got is the genophage, which basically has sterilized them. Now the backstory for that, I'm not going to give it away because if you haven't seen it, we'll explore it when the time comes, and it's really fascinating. Okay.
So long, Rex.
He's not a very talkative fellow, this guy, but he's a great character. Oh, you can check out the people's lockers, and it's just a way of equipping them. That's interesting. It's a feature you don't need whatsoever, but I do like that little bit of attention to detail. Because when you bring them on your team, you can just do it all then anyway.
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
Sure. I was hoping to get a minute of your time off the record.
I keep an open door policy.
Love the Ace Attorney games. I played all the ones on the GBA, and I think 1 or 2 on...
I know things are different aboard the Normandy.
Not the GBA, the DS. They were on the GBA in Japan, which is why they're all 2D. I played all the DS ones, and then 1 or 2 of the 3DS ones. I also love the Layton games. One of my favorite franchise of games is the Professor Layton stuff. Professor Layton combines puzzles, which I love, fun story, that really whimsical, you know, British type of story, with that old English aesthetic that I really love. One of the reasons why I love period romances so much. My favorite prosecutor is obviously Edgeworth. Edgeworth is the best, but I also really like what's Von Karma's daughter? What's her name? Is it Isabella Von Karma? No, what was the Von Karma girl called? The one with the whip.
They may not serve the Alliance, Chief, but they're allies. At least as far as Saren goes.
Yeah, Francesca, that's it. Francesca Von Karma. My favorite is how she just whips Phoenix and he becomes a total simp. In the moment. And he's got to like shake himself out of it.
That's enough, Chief. You always second guess your superiors?
Ma'am, no ma'am. I'm sorry, I was out of line.
I love it.
Get back to my duties.
I love it. She just whips him and turns Phoenix into a total simp. It's just brilliant.
Commander?
It's so good.
Do you have a few minutes
the humor in that game is the best.
I'm sorry, Commander.
But the absolute best moments with Francesca is when she whips the judge. The judge is so funny.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
The worst judge in history. But you gotta love him. You gotta love that absolute goofball.
We are out here to protect them.
I really have to question how he ever became judge. It just doesn't make any sense.
Ma'am.
He's honest to goodness the most incompetent man you've ever seen.
Commander, nice work out there.
Godot is great.
The Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
I like the visor.
Have you worked with the Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're
What other characters do I really like?
You're free to handle things your way.
The Chief Inspector, Gumshoe.
For the most part,
Gumshoe is fantastic.
Maybe. But sometimes it feels like the rules are only there to stop me from doing my work. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it.
Alright, we're now in conversation with Best Bro Garrus of the Turian race. Turians are excellent soldiers. Bit of backstory, Mass Effect, when we first encountered the aliens, I believe it was with the Turians, and there was a big war against them.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that.
Great Ace Attorney duology. Is that the Layton Ace Attorney crossover?
I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC. Either way, I plan to make the...
But yeah, I would like to play some Ace Attorney games on stream. The problem is, if you've played them before, then you know all the solutions and everything. it'll also give me a chance to practice some voice work as well. One with Phoenix's ancestor as the protagonist. The one with Sherlock Holmes?
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not
I didn't read the
I wasn't trying to.
the options.
I understand, Commander.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. But yes, I would like to play that because I have not played that one.
How are you?
Why did you want to be a CSEC officer in the first place?
That's a good question.
But yes, that's probably a good one to go for because I haven't played it and I do want to play it. Hello, hello, welcome.
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was CSEC, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
So he was so CSEC is like, it's sort of like the space police of this. Like the space detectives, essentially. Everything's going well. What about Live a Live? Or Live Alive? Or Live a Live? That sounds vaguely familiar. Remind me of what it is?
That's tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a CSEC man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
No, there's an anime called the zombie one, the Moe zombie one, with the girl who doesn't realize everybody's a zombie. Something Live. I don't remember. I can't remember what it's called.
You were asked to be a Spectre.
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits.
What was that anime? Does anybody remember that anime? There's a girl, they live in this school, everybody's a zombie, but the protagonist is completely deluded and thinks they're all real people. Like they're all still normal people.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
You can. But Saren's not going to play by our rules. CSEC's rules.
No, not... Yeah, Gakugarashi, but what's it called in English? It's got something to do with live in English. You know, Gakugarashi, but it's called something... Something live in English. I'm trying to remember the name. Can somebody Google it, please? It's gonna kill me if I can't remember this. School Live, that's it. That's it, School Live. That's the anime I was thinking of. No, okay, so when you said Live Alive, I was thinking of that, but no, it's not it. Alright, if you want to now say...
You're a quick learner, Garrus. We'll beat him at his own game. It's the only way to stop someone like him.
I'm right behind you, Commander.
I have not seen Zombieland Saga, except for that one clip where the girl gets hit by a truck-kun. Possibly one of the best truck-kun hits in the game.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
Thank you, Race. The stream is in 1 hour, the 3rd anniversary live stream.
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more.
Oh man, Salts, that's a good idea.
No goods.
Truck-kun tier list.
I'm out of a job.
Absolutely.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
How do I go down to sell?
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet.
Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't really buy anything anyway. I haven't spent a single cent in this game. Speaking of detective games, I have a recommendation for people who like games, who like those, you know, those puzzle investigation kind of games. quite a different one from what we've talked about so far, but this gets my 100% recommendation. It's a DS game called Ghost Trick. I'm pretty sure it got released on other platforms later on, but I'm not 100% sure where you can find it, but 100% recommend Ghost Trick. It is so much fun. It's so creative. And Hotel Dusk, yes. Hotel Dusk, Ghost Trick, big recommendations from me. Big recommendations. Okay, we still need to find Liara. We've talked to Rex, we talked to Garrus, we talked to Ashley, Caden. So it's just Liara that's left. Isn't it in 1 hour, the stream? Oh, and Tali.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before.
They haven't released on anything but the DS?
You were able to fit it into
Boo.
a ship this small.
Well, in that case, emulate it if you don't have a DS.
Humans have been so successful. I had
Such a good game. So, Ghost Trick, in Ghost Trick, you play as a ghost, and you can possess objects and interact. So it's a puzzle game, and you're trying to figure out, like, say, how do I get this item across the room as a ghost that can just interact with certain things in the game. It's really fun. Do I like platformer games? Depends on the platformer. One of my favorite games is Rayman Legends, which I would love to play on stream as well.
The Normandy's a prototype, cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a
But it depends on the platformer. I'm not too crazy into, like, super hard platformers.
I'm sitting on board one of the most
Hello,
advanced
Hikaru.
vessels in Citadel space.
Welcome.
I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
I had no idea you found ship technology.
Okay, quick backstory on Tali. She comes from a race of Quarians. As you can see, you can't see her face. You can just see her eyes vaguely behind it.
Ships are our most valuable resource.
They live on something called the Flotilla.
We make do with
It's basically a flying city.
We just try to keep
And
for as long as we can.
they all have no immune system to the outside world. So they live constantly in these suits. And when they have, so they're coming, like their rite of passage when they come of age is to leave the flotilla and find something of value for the flotilla. So you go out, you find a new technology, you learn something new, you develop a new skill, whatever it is. And then once you feel that you're worthy to return home, you come back. And they're really fascinating. There's sort of like a nomadic tribe, slightly gypsy-ish in that sense. Really cool.
I can't believe your fleet still
And
uses
you can,
ships
if you play Male Shepherd, you can romance her, and it's very interesting romance.
Repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work mostly.
Yes, big recommendation for Ghost Trick, Hotel Dusk, and I think it's called Another Code. All DS games.
Some things we just can't make on our own.
All highly recommended for people who like puzzle games.
Requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
So the pilgrimage, that's the when they leave the flotilla and they go and accomplish something great for their people. Now the Geth, the robots that we were fighting before, they tried to wipe them out. And the reason they're on this flotilla is because, like, that's their last refuge. And they're basically on the run from the Geth perpetually.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources
Well,
are
Declano,
scarce.
that's a very good question, and that's a big part of the romance is
Continuation of the migrant fleet.
getting through that barrier.
There are 17 million Quarians.
Basically, if you like a very sweet romance and a feel-good romance, Tali is the option for that.
Unfortunately, we have had to surrender.
I have not played
many of the
Warframe.
freedoms and civil
I've heard it's a
liberties
bit
other
of a
species
difficult game to get into.
What kind of freedoms?
Well,
At the start,
it's
at
illegal
least.
for parents to have more than one
It does
child.
look very cool, though. The aesthetic of it and the combat looks
Will
awesome.
strain our resources to their breaking point.
I know
Of course,
Total
we
Biscuit was a
also
big
can't
fan.
allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in
And it broke
decline,
my heart when I
the
saw
war against single births is
they were live
temporarily
streaming.
repealed.
The Warframe devs do regular live streams on the game, and they were in the middle of live stream when they got the news that he died.
Though the Conclave hasn't had
Pretty
to take
heartbreaking
such measures
moment.
in nearly a century.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship
I still
can elect a representative to serve on the
I still miss Total
Conclave and make
Biscuit. His
decisions
content
to
was
affect the
great.
fleet as a whole.
He was such
On matters that affect
such
an
a great
individual
personality.
ship, however, the captain has the final
The first
say.
podcast I ever really got into
that
was
dates back
the
to
Co-optional
early days,
podcast.
when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice.
And he did a lot for Warframe. So the devs were quite close to him.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign.
Yeah, so the Quarians, they have that's what she's talking about here. Their societal structure is very much like, if you think of it, if you imagine like several nomadic tribes that have been forced to come together in order to survive, but they're still their own separate group, and so they elect a leader and for each of the tribes, and each one is on the council of the Quarians. That's what she was talking about. It's really fascinating. In Mass Effect, I'm pretty sure it's Mass Effect 2, you get to go to the flotilla, and there's a lot of really interesting a lot of really interesting story over there. I love Tali's story in Mass Effect 2.
It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on
Yeah, I
us.
played through Mass Effect 2 multiple times just to see the romances for several different characters.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to
Oh yeah,
serve
that's
as
right, I
an
totally
automated
forgot.
manual labor
The Quarians created the Geth. I completely forgot about that. Very important point of the story. The robots that are trying to kill them were made by the Quarians.
modifications to their program.
Small detail that I forgot to mention.
More varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought.
Yeah, Mass Effect 2, my first playthrough was Male Shepherd Paragon. I romanced the absolute smoke show that is Meredith. Is it Meredith? Was her name Meredith? Played by the Australian actress. Her name was Meredith, right? It was M something. It was Meredith, right? The main woman from Mass Effect 2. No, Miranda, sorry. Apologies, Miranda. I forgot your name. Miranda, it's definitely Miranda. I romanced her first. I was pretty, obviously, you know, it's the most vanilla option, the most straightforward one. Then when I played as female shepherd, I romanced Thane.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic
Thane's
systems were designed to
personal
work in
story,
concert with
that's a
other
fascinating one.
Basically, the more of them you have in the group, the smarter they are.
Very tragic story, by the way. Super tragic romance with Thane.
So there's some sort of group consciousness.
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level.
Do I have a bingo board made for the live stream? No, I don't.
Of a subconscious.
We should probably make one
When they're
at the
in
last
close
second.
proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying.
There's a harem romance option? No. No, there isn't.
Creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers.
Yeah, Mass Effect, they put so much effort into fleshing out all the different races, especially the ones that where you get a team member.
One day, a Geth began to ask its
Each race has such a rich story to them. You could make an entire game just focused on the one race.
As you can imagine, this
Sky Knight, Sky King, isn't it the stream in another 50 minutes? Are you sure it's 20 minutes? Can anyone confirm?
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable.
Right now she's talking about the moral conundrum of, sure, you create an army of robots, right, with intelligence. At what point do they become essentially living beings? You know, how intelligent do they have to be? And so that's what led to the Geth revolting, is because they realized, hang on, these things are becoming self-aware, they're going to become like a living species. We need to get rid of them.
Hey, you can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began.
Have you played LB?
Most of the Geth would still be little
I don't know what
more
that
than
is.
Machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exiled, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
RPG Maker horror game called IB. Never heard of it.
It's hard to feel sorry for you. Your ancestors tried to wipe out another.
Have I played any Pokemon games? I've played almost every Pokemon game. My favorite Pokemon game
But we did not make a mistake
really is probably the Gold and Silver remakes.
they would have wiped us
That's
out.
what I would go back and play.
They're a synthetic life form. They have no use
If I was in the mood
organics.
for Pokemon.
None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
They didn't kill Saren.
What does that tell you? The Geth are not innocent victims in all this. They're the enemy. They want to destroy us.
There is a stream link for it, but unfortunately it's not like YouTube. Bilibili is just nowhere near as good as YouTube. There isn't a countdown on it. Not until maybe once we get closer, a countdown will start. Okay.
I should go.
Good chat, Tali.
See you later.
Very fascinating to learn about how you nearly killed yourselves because of trying to make a robot race.
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tali? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about
Pokemon
our
Gold and
engines than I
Silver.
do. She's got a real knack for technology.
Absolutely love those games.
I can see why you wanted her to come along.
It's got a lot of my favorite Pokemon designs. It's also got the two entire countries in the one game. Blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind the first time when I finished the first country, and then you get a ticket to go to the red and blue land. One of the coolest moments ever. You just imagine me as a little kid just losing my shit. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I literally jumped up and down. I was like, oh my god, look at this, because me and my friends were really into Pokemon, and I was just, I just lost my shit. Oh my god.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You've got an eye for talent, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Fill me in on the IES stealth system. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions.
Another Pokemon game I really enjoyed recently, we're talking more recent games, mainly for the nostalgia trip, was Let's Go Eevee. And also, Eevee is one of my favorite Pokemon, especially some of her evolutions. And Eevee is so goddamn adorable. So adorable. And to have a game where Eevee just follows you around all the time is the cutest thing.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window.
No, the stream hasn't been delayed.
But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners, as long as the stealth systems are.
I have not played the two recent games, Sword and Shield and the other one, Arceus.
Why doesn't it work with faster than light travel?
Cranking up the FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship,
hello, welcome.
Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers.
We'll probably switch back to Arknights in about 15 minutes, I reckon.
Only a cruiser, but she was a good ship.
We're just going to do a bit more chatting with the crew, because I love hearing what they have to say.
She's the best ship I've ever served on.
So this guy's the head engineer. He's taking care of our ship, and he's just been telling us about all the super advanced technology that we've got on our ship that makes it super awesome.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Thank you for the follow. Right, so we've got to find Liara. I don't know where she is. Man, Joker in Mass Effect 2, amazing character. I never miss a chance for dialogue with Joker. He's so funny, especially once the AI gets involved, Edie. And especially once Edie gets a body. So funny. Okay, so where would Liara be? Now I'm pretty sure upstairs, that's just the bridge. I don't think she's there. Right, so there's Caden. This is where you sleep. Can you actually do anything here? Oh no, just interact for a little bit of XP. Oh, their banter is so funny. Especially when every time you come back from a mission and there's just some banter automatically playing. Always makes you laugh. Okay, no, that's my room. Maybe she's in here. I think this is the medical area. Yeah, it is. Finish my Metagel. There's
Yes,
Dr.
Commander?
Chakras.
Is there something you need?
Great character.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. Lieutenant Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration. Sometimes there are complications.
What kind of complications?
Severe mental disabilities, insanity,
So
crippling
Caden,
physical pain.
he's the
There's a long
human
list of
male
horrific
on our
side
team.
effects. Caden's lucky. He just gets migraines.
Basically experimented
you
on
end
as a
up
kid
serving on an
to give him
Alliance ship?
psychic
I
powers.
enlisted right out of med school. Earth always seemed boring,
Telekinetic powers, I should say.
too safe,
Specifically.
too secure. I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the
Chakras
Alliance
is
if we
awesome.
want to keep expanding through the Traverse. And the Alliance always needs good doctors. So I stayed on to do my part.
I should go.
I think we did do
Goodbye,
that option before. Okay, so where the hell is Liara? There she is. Finally found her. Okay.
Commander, Are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
With Liara's story, I really like, I think it's in Mass Effect 2, where it involves her mother.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Really interesting story.
I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau, I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
You don't like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected
Yeah,
me
so her
to
mother's a
follow
matriarch,
Venezia's
which is like,
footsteps.
I think it's the highest rank or something. One of the highest ranks in
Matriarchs
Asari
guide
society.
their followers into the future.
And
They
her
seek
mother's
the
a bit
truth of what
nuts,
is yet to come.
if I'm honest.
Maybe that's why I became so interested.
You wouldn't want
in the
her as your
secrets of the
mother-in-law.
past. It sounds so
That's all
foolish
I'll
when
say
I
for
it
now.
out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia.
All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up.
Aha, you share the wisdom of the matriarch, Shepard. That is exactly what Benezia said when I told her of my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the beacon on Eden Prime.
I'll make the
You
bingo
were
board
touched
after
by
this.
working Prothean technology.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool. Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
Good
I
question.
don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
Any chance she's in this for power or personal gain?
No, not the Benezia I knew. But I hadn't
Each Dragon Age game, I've only played
She may have changed.
a small part of each one. Something always came up and I never managed to finish them.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
I would
We were the first
possibly
species
like to go
discover
back
the
and play
Citadel.
Dragon Age 1.
We were instrumental in forming the Council.
Mainly because of the
and we
story
always
aspect.
strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe
I've heard
we are
great
all
things
part of a
about
single galactic
Dragon Age 1.
community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek
I
to
do like the
understand
fact
other
that your
species,
decisions can make
it seems few of them seem to understand
teammates
us.
leave your
The
squad.
galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Oh, before there was a question, I forgot to respond to this about, since we're on the topic of these BioWare games, Knights of the Old Republic. So I played those years after they were relevant, and story was great. The Darth Revan story was great, but man, the gameplay is so outdated. Like, that gameplay did not age well.
I don't understand. Your species can
Oh,
mate with
now they're
yours?
talking about mating.
Is not quite the proper term.
So, for those who don't
Not as
know,
you understand.
Asari, they all
Physical contact may or
look
may
like this
not be
woman.
involved.
Like, not obviously
But
not
it is not
exactly
an
like her,
essential element
but
of
they're all
being.
female in that
The
sense.
true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings.
And basically, the way they reproduce
We explore the genetic memory of their
The way they
species.
reproduce
We share the most basic elements of their
is
individual and racial identities.
through the
We then
mind,
pass
basically.
these traits on to
Now,
our
there's obviously the
offspring.
physical
It is how we learn
aspect
to grow as a species
in
and
order
how
to
we
get the other
develop
person
a
into it.
greater understanding
But
of
from
other
their
races.
perspective, it's the mental part that is the reproduction.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter.
Yes,
both
I
parents
played
parting ways afterwards.
the Old
Others can
Republic
be
at
more
launch,
long-term.
and I played through the
Sometimes
entire
an Asari and her
story
partner
as
will stay
a
together for many
Sith.
decades.
What was it called? The sorcerer class. Maybe it was called a Sith sorcerer. I don't remember exactly, but the equivalent of a mage. The one that you could choose to go mage or assassin. I played all the way through with that. As an MMO, it wasn't great. The PvP balance was horrendous. But as a single-player story, it was pretty solid. I quite enjoyed that. Yeah, I played it at launch for maybe, I think it was like a month, and then I got kind of tired of it. It was okay, but as an MMO, like judging it from an MMO's perspective, was very disappointing.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was
Oh yes,
another Asari.
little detail. The Asari can mate with pretty much any other alien race. Vaslov, that is exactly what I did. I followed it from the moment they showed that first awesome trailer. That first trailer was one of the coolest things. The coolest trailers I've ever seen. I got so into it. I followed it all the way to launch, and then I played it for about a month.
We were not able to mate with our own species.
I tried creating an alt on the Alliance side, on the Rebel side, to experience another story. I think I got to maybe level 20, and I was just like, I can't be bothered, and I just quit. So I only played through it once.
Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold.
There was a new Old Republic trailer for the latest expansion patch or whatever it was, and that looked so awesome as well.
It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been
They've definitely made, like, every trailer for that game is just top tier.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Maybe something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her
already did this.
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my...
I thought you always...
It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to public... Many
Hang on, we've already been
raise
through
their
this.
children alone,
Okay.
particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
You Asari live for 1,000 years.
Hello, Uma.
What
Welcome.
happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind.
Oh yeah. Also, Asari live forever compared to other
We
races.
do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the
So
time
to marry
spent
one
with
is
them.
very weird.
And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Tons of fascinating details. Okay. That's going to be it for Mass Effect today, because we've talked to everyone, we've completed an entire planet, so we've reached a good cutoff point. So I'm going to save here, and we're going to go back to Arknights. Talking about the Old Republic, got hyped for some reason, going to download and play right now. Oh yeah, by the way, for those who are interested in, those BioWare RPGs and stuff like that, the Old Republic is free to play. So if you just want to play the story, it launched as a subscription model, if I remember correctly, but it has long since gone free to play. So if you just want to play through the story, you can just download it, play through it, and then uninstall. You don't have to play it as an MMO. Okay, right. We're gonna exit game. we have saved. Let's just do the typical thing of double saving, just to be sure.